welcome to the second stop in Season 2 of the European eTour, where we're about to see some of the world's best virtual golfers battle it out for a chance to win the BMW International Open 2021. It's fair to say I'm a rather big fan, but this is my first time as eTour host. My name's Gabby Partington, and we are right here in this lovely eTour studio about to bring you all the action from tonight's games. Now, I couldn't do it all by myself, which is why we've brought in our expert for today. No pressure there. It's Jeff Eisenband. Jeff, short journey to be here today. How are you getting on?
I only came like halfway around the world, right? 8 hours, but I'm so excited. Such impressive competition we already had in the first event of the year. Let's do it again for the second.
And you've been following the eTour from day dot, haven't you?
I have. You know, it's all the way back to Abu Dhabi last year, and now we're seeing really the competition, the parity that's coming up there right now. Anyone can win. We've only had 3 players win before, but it's getting that feeling, especially right now with no Golf X3 in the field. It's anybody's game.
Well, what is it that you love so much about the eTour, though?
I love that we're going to have a competition of people from around the globe right now. Players from all corners of the globe are going to come together, play each other over their internet connections from home. But we could get a new champion out here today. And I think that's what everyone's going to be looking for. Is the field open enough that we see a surprise?
Absolutely. Well, later on, 8 of the best WGT golfers will be going head-to-head from the comfort of their own homes for a chance to put themselves in good contention for the global finals in Dubai later in the year. It's looking to be a great tournament, isn't it, tonight?
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? The global finals will be the 6th event. There's a start of 5 events, 50,000 people trying to get into this event, but you have to rack up those points to get to that 6th and final event, the global finals.
As you mentioned as well, 50,000 people tried to qualify for this event. 8 managed to do it. Slim margin there.
Some names that we've seen before, some that we haven't, so you're going to continue to see that develop, I think, as the competition gets closer out there.
And we can't forget to mention as well, players have come from all over the world as well. So we have, obviously, USA, one for you, England, Canada, Germany, loads of players there. So it's great to have, you know, a mixed bag there.
Yeah, we've said every winner so far in all 7 events has been an American. So wouldn't it be fitting if, when I call this, Gabby, an American doesn't take the crown today?
Exactly. Well, the journey to the global finals has begun, and it's not an easy one. So here's to take a quick look exactly what it takes to win it all.
The European eTour features 6 esports events consisting of 5 regular tournaments throughout the season and then concluding in the ultimate showdown, the global finals. The players must be at the top of their game for the entire season if they want to have a share of the $100,000 prize pool. Hundreds of thousands of players will try to qualify for the 5 eTour events, but there are only 8 spots available at each tournament. At each event, players have the chance to earn points for the race to the global finals ranking. By the end of the season, the 8 players with the most points on the race to the global finals ranking will qualify for the global finals. At the season finale, we will find the European eTour champion and the winner of the lion's share of the $100,000. May the best e-golfer win.
I think we better look at the standings for the first tournament there. What do you think of the new format then, Jeff? And what do you make of that point system?
I think it's very fair. It's very balanced. You got to win more to get points. You don't have to win it all, but the more you win, you get points. Jay Smithers, of course, leading the way after his victory in the Portugal Masters. F. Magnets, Young 46, they're back. Golf X3, who has won 5 of the 7 eTour events, he's not here. That doesn't mean he won't make the global finals. He's got 3 more events to qualify for before that final, but people are going to catch up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Jeff, I've got loads of questions to be asking you throughout the course of today. But if any of you guys want to ask Jeff some questions on Twitter, make sure you use the hashtag eTour and we'll get back to you straight away. I think we better focus on today's tournament. So let's take a look at the tournament bracket we have with us there. So we know that we've got 8 players in contention, don't we? We can see 4 quarterfinals about to take place there. What do you make of that then? What do you make of them quarterfinals?
Well, I messaged actually, it was Young 46 that put it best. He said, look, I have the harder top half of the bracket because I have Burchie and F. Magnets right there. You could argue those are 3 of the top 4 players in this field in that top half. Jay Smithers, bit of an easier road at the bottom, although watch out for Kelps. He's the guy that knocked out Golf X3 in the qualification process. We won't hammer you too hard, Golf X3. We know you're watching. We just had to get it out in the intro.
Okay, we've heard some of your favourites, but we'd like to see who the players' favourites are, so take a look at this.
Jay Smithers. I mean, from what I saw, he looked really impressive.
I mean, if I can take out Josh in round 2, then I would see myself as a favorite.
I think Mr. Josh Smithers is right up there. Jay Smithers is going to be right up there.
Jay Smithers' side, he's got all 3 of the newbies, so he's in a pretty good spot.
Jay Smithers, obviously, Josh played so well last time. That was almost unplayable, the standard he produced in the final last time.
I should be the favorite right now, coming off the last victory. And Jason Young, 46, played very well. He's the #1 seed, so I'd say he's right there as well.
Limit to 3 names, either Josh or Young or myself.
Oh, I absolutely loved that from him. Modest right there, wasn't he?
Of course, we hear a lot of Jay Smithers. Obviously, he's playing the best right now after the Portugal Masters. But Kelsey, you knocked out Golf X3. Feel good.
Okay, and we need to talk a bit about the first 2 quarterfinals that we're about to see. The first one between Burchie and F Magnets. Tell me a little bit about those two, starting with Burchie.
Well, it's going to be very interesting because they're 2 players that know each other really well. They've talked about that. They train with each other. They practice against each other. But Burchie's been honest. F Magnets is the guy that usually wins when they play against each other. 2 Europeans, Burchie from Germany. Hasn't played as much on the eTour as F Magnets, but like I said, they know each other really well, and it's F Magnets is the one to beat between the 2 of them.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about F Magnets. We can see him there, obviously representing his flag. He's got a Brazilian wife as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, Portugal Masters runner-up. You see 11-8. In his history in the eTour. For a guy that hasn't actually won one of these events, that's really impressive to be above 500. And these 2 have met once in the eTour. It was F Magnets knocking off Burchie in the Scandinavian mixed.
Okay, so them 2, obviously we've got your opinion. But let's talk about the next game. We've got Young 46 and Luke 9. Let's start with Young 46. Familiar face on the eTour there. How do you make, that matchup?
Look, Young 46 is going to be one of the top players. He's one of 3 players to actually win on the eTour. He's going to be someone to look out for. But the scariest thing in sports, in golf, whatever it may be, is a player that has nothing to lose. And on the other side, that is going to be Luke D9. He's got nothing to lose. No one expects him to win. And Young 46, by the way, one of the top streamers out there. You go onto Twitch at any point, you're probably going to see Young 46 playing. And he's so confident, Gabby. He gives people his tricks, everything that he does, and says, come on, learn and go out and beat me.
Okay, we're going to jump into some golfing action right now between Burchie and F Magnets. So looking forward to that one.
Of course. But let's get into it. You love seeing both matches in action, right? We'll see where to go as we see Young and Luke D9 getting things. They're starting to figure out things on the menu.
Just on hole 6 here, aren't we?
Burchie and F Magnets, and right now what you're seeing is an all-square match. Burchie hitting his second shot. And there are 3 courses that we will see today. This is Congressional, Marion, and Olympic are the 3 courses. I feel right at home, Gabby. 3 tournaments that have hosted past U.S. Opens in the United States. So have their similarities, but also their differences.
What do you make of Congressional, if we're going to start with that one?
I think it's probably the most straightforward of the 3 of these courses. You'll see a lot of water like we see right now. Congressional in the Washington, D.C. area of the United States. You'll see water come into play a little bit, but the terrain isn't quite as hilly, and the greens might be a little bit easier to play than the other courses.
Oh, I know. If I was playing, it'd definitely be straight in the drink, straight in the water for me.
That was a great 3rd shot by Burchie. You know this is a legit tough playing situation when on a par 5 they have to hit. They can't reach in 2. They're hitting their 3rd, and you're watching right now. You're really getting the tricks of these guys as we're able to see their point of view. Taking out the flagstick from 54 yards is F Magnets.
They're looking very composed, aren't they?
And the heartbeat comes in. That means this is going to be a great shot by F Magnets. Puts it right next to the hole.
Ooh, beautiful shot that was then. He looks like he's not even reacting too much to that one. It's early days.
When you are this good, Gabby, these guys all think that they should be hitting those shots every time. But Burchie should put the pressure back on F Magnets with a birdie.
He does indeed. So not letting the pressure get to them just yet.
Like we said, these two guys know each other so well. They've practiced together. They've known each other. They're honest that F Magnets wins for the most part when the two of them take on each other. But you're going to need to do better than that, they say, as they each birdie that hole.
I'm liking the choice of attire that he's wearing as well with that little beanie hat.
This is the unique part of this, you know, being at home. You do have that expression of yourself in the game, but you also have your expression of yourself. Look, Burchie must be a voracious reader back there with all those books behind him.
Okay, we're on hole 7. It's all square here. Loads left to play for in this one.
Yeah, we get a par 3, 176 yards, so those players will look at the wind factor, 9 to 11. Headed to the back left of where they're standing. And another heartbeat, Gabby, for Burchie. And it's just pretty. It's just pretty.
That's a nice one, isn't it? When you get them once in a while, I mean, for these guys, it's more often than not, isn't it?
For these guys, it is, but the conditions are tough. And you're watching right now, you see the countdown clock in the top right as F Magnets puts backspin on the ball. You only have 45 seconds, and that's a big deal for these players that are so fine with their calculations, everything that they're doing. 45 seconds for some of them isn't enough on those tough shots.
So would you say those swinging, a little bit faster, they've got more experience in the game, or is it just, is there an advantage of having that time clock there?
By the way, no heartbeat on that, but not a bad shot. F Magnets wanted it a little closer. I think, talking to some of these players, one of the interesting things about them is they say that they've actually had to retrain some of their abilities to go as quickly, because some of the other events on WGT by Topgolf aren't necessarily you don't have a time count, so you can take as much time as you want, but they've had to retrain themselves a little bit to become faster players.
In terms of faster players, a lot of these guys have, not now, but they were playing on their mobile, so they must be on the move a lot of the time, so they're used to this playing quickly.
Yeah, we've got some players, for example, Jalal, who's in one of the quarterfinals, played a lot on mobile, teaching himself PC a little bit as F Magnets with the first putt and below the hole.
He looks gutted, absolutely gutted.
When you're playing in a match like this, on this level of play, when these players are this good, you cannot leave the door open, especially when Burchie has just an 8-foot putt.
I can feel the tension in the studio. And they're not even with us.
Well, this is what I talk about taking your time. Obviously, this will take about 25 to 30 seconds there, and you saw just waiting as getting it down as Burchie. He goes 1 up through 7 there. You see just waiting and making sure and aligning everything correctly as Burchie now has the upper hand.
Absolutely. On the 8th hole now, Burchie teeing up there.
Surprised a little bit on the tee box, just, maybe these players have practiced this so much, didn't have to zoom in and see where that was going, and that's a beautiful drive down the right side by Burchie.
What would you have done there then, Jeff?
I'm not as good as these players, Gabby, so what I would do is definitely use that camera in the bottom right to get a little closer. Also, you're seeing interesting move to use backspin on a driver. F Magnets trying to get under the ball a little bit, doesn't want it to run through the fairway. I would probably take a less aggressive route. As you see, these players are bringing those bunkers down the right side into play and trying to test their distance in a way that I might say, I don't trust myself to not hit a ball in a bunker.
I trust you, Jeff.
So it's going to be F Magnets to go first. You're right. I feel like he's in your neck of the woods. This is in the UK somewhere. Tough, cold conditions, not a summer day in Washington, D.C.
Absolutely. That's why F Magnets has married a Brazilian. He wants the best of both. Lives in London and Brazil.
And, of course, you'll never see this in real golf. Holding that pose, holding it to get it right. And the heartbeat comes in for F Magnets. He needs this down one, no flag stick, and that's perfect.
Still looks disappointed, though. Still recovering from the last hole.
I think a player like him, you won't see him necessarily smile until this thing's over. You know, that's the part of just how fierce these competitors are, is Burchie now will have to respond just 75 yards away. He goes to a lob wedge. See if that's enough club. Oh, yeah.
It's just the way it is. One does one shot better.
I said it. I wasn't sure if that was enough club. Looked like a little exhale from Burchie. Took a very aggressive route. A very confident stroke, not taking a lot of time here. This has some break to it. And that's a nice putt. So now again, it's F. Magnets with the response. Put himself in a better position, just under 5 feet from the pin. And he puts that in. Gabby, in match play, this is one difference between the match play format that these players are playing on. A putt like that, F. Magnets can give it a little more juice, a little more speed, because even if he misses, it's not stroke play. It's not going to add anything on. He'll lose the hole if he lips it or if he leaves it short.
Well, this is it. Anything can happen. So pressure can really get you in these elimination games, can't it, in this match play?
Yeah, and really a great pace of play between the two of these. I mentioned that they play against each other so much. They know what they're getting into. Still obviously on the front nine of this match, but it seems like they just continue to move right along. Also, you don't get a lot of bogeys in a competition like this.
I can imagine. Maybe if me and you were playing.
That is something that would not be streamed live on the European Tour YouTube channel.
Just the bloopers.
And again, a bit of an aggressive line with that wind 8 to 10 miles per hour to the left.
Well, Burchie is just one up. Do you think it's almost harder to be one up, in a way? That you've got someone trying to, you know, chase your tail a little bit?
I think definitely for amateurs, I think that these guys just... That they play competitively so much, they train competitively, they put themselves in that mindset. They play like they're, you know, they're all square, they're 5 down, whatever they're comfortable with, they play that way the entire time. And this is such a difficult 9th hole at Congressional. Again, I mentioned it, these players not able to go for this par 5 and 2.
Lovely view there. Maybe they're getting a bit distracted by that.
Gabby, have you spent any time in what we would call the DMV area, the DC, Maryland, I need to get this right. DMV, what is even Maryland, Virginia? DC, Maryland, Virginia area.
I have not, and it sounds like you haven't either by the way you just described it.
I spent some school trips growing up in Washington, D.C. Of course, the capital back stateside. These two players are both 2 European players meeting each other.
Concentrating fully on there, both of them. Very engaged in what they're doing, rightly so, as they should be.
And actually the only 2 European players who were able to qualify for this BMW International Open, which takes place IRL in Burchie's homeland of Germany. And Burchie getting the heartbeat 1 up, sending a message from 110 out. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a nice one, isn't it? He looks delighted with that. Not so much F. Magnets.
And now F. Magnets knows. This can feel like you're just trying to claw back, right? Gabby, you're 1 down, and you now know you have to come up with a good shot here. You have to try to keep pace with Burchie.
He's got 25 seconds to do so.
And a heartbeat again for F. Magnets. Can he get inside Burchie?
Ooh. Great response, I think.
Great response. the physical response, he's not going to smile, as we talked about. But, I mean, you talk about a game of emotions, of pressure. The pressure now swings back to Burchie, who already had a heartbeat moment on this hole.
See, I saw a little eyebrow raise there. No pressure for Burchie, none of it.
That is the physical sense of exhale. You know, I made the putt that I have to make is F Magnets will tap in, and now through 9 holes, this is where you want to be, right? If you're Burchie, you're 1 up, right? Make F Magnets have to beat you on the back. And this, by the way, one of the trademark holes at Congressional. This is the 10th hole. Used to be the 18th hole. Congressional made a couple changes. This is one of just the beautiful par 3s in the course across the lake.
I did read about, actually. Why would you say this is more of the feature hole then?
Well, it was originally intended as being the Congressional wanted the 18th hole to be a par 3. The USGA, which had so many U.S. Opens at this course, didn't want to end on a par 3. It became all sorts of discussions about how to make things work. The 17th hole was moved to be the 18th hole. This was a bit adjusted, but it is one of the more aesthetically pleasing holes on the course. And Burchie likes that aesthetically pleasing shot with a heartbeat into that funnel.
What a shot. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, the game even lets you know. And you see on the green, right, you see how there's a bit of a funnel there. So if you can get your hole, right, if you can get your ball into that area, you could funnel it down into the hole. And we'll see if F Magnets tries to play with that angle and that slope.
Great positioning there. I'm learning a lot from this, you know, to improve my golf game in the real game.
Well, when you play golf video games like this, you can then start to envision your own shots, and that is beautiful.
And like I say, watch and learn. He still looks disappointed, but he's going to look like that until he goes 1 up.
And he turns it back on Burchie now, who's going to have to play this putt both downhill and breaking hard to his right. These are championship green speeds, 13.0s. Nothing to mess around with. Really taking his time here. We talk about that 45 seconds down to 10. And just beautifully played.
Beautiful. Well, that's a nice one to end. And we're going to come back to this in a minute. But what we're going to do, we're going to head to Young 46 and Luke D9 shortly. We'll just take one last... Oh, no, we're going to go off to them now. This is our other quarter-final as well. They're on hole 9. Young 46 is in fact 4 up after the first 8 holes.
Burchie trying to send us to the other match, but he's got to finish up here on 10.
He's like, hey, don't cut me off. Watch this. And we were right to do so.
Excuse me, I guess that was F
Magnets there.
And Burchie, that match remains Burchie 1 up as we send it over now on number 9. So this is what we expected, Gabby. Young 46, 4 up through 9. I think I said my prediction was that he'd be 3 up through 9. I told you off there. So he's trying to even get it to 5 up.
So as I mentioned, we are on hole 9 here. Luke D9. Probably the underdog of the two, which is quite obvious. I'm saying.
Young 46 is sending a message. When you roll up with the gamer chair, all right, at home, you're saying, I work, I grind this game. Young 46 has been pretty humble about it. Says he's had a few things in his life. He's raising twin 17-year-old boys, and he hasn't had quite as much time as he would have liked to grind the game, but he's out there. We see him on Twitch, and we see him sitting in that beautiful gamer chair. But Luke D9, how about it? Heartbeat. And a
Oh, a
smile.
little smirk. He just wanted a bit of airtime, Luke D9, didn't he? He loves the cameras. He's a PT, after all.
He is. Also, I love the story that Luke D9 lives in San Diego. A lot of the other American players, they might play in colder areas. I get it, right? You can't play golf in the winter. You got to play WGT by Topgolf. But Luke D9, he's in San Diego, of course, where Torrey Pines is. U.S. Open that was just played, won by John Rahm. He could be playing golf outdoors year-round, but one of the top players at WGT by Topgolf.
And they both play golf, don't they? They both do. I know Luke D9 has a 6 handicap, not bad, and a young 46 with an 8. So, you know, not much between them in the real golf game, but there's a lot more between them in the virtual game.
Yeah, this is 1 versus 8. But maybe that's why Luke D9 proving everything that I said, that he has the best, I believe, the best handicap of anyone in the field. He's able to get out there a bit more. This is a difficult putt, Gabby, as we see that sloping down the hill to the right. Uphill to the right, and we're now at Olympic Club. And he does not like it. You rarely see a mistake by young 46, but you hear the frustration as he was unable to make that. And now Luke D9, what did I tell you the score would be through 9?
I told you. That's why you're the expert, Jeff, and not me.
I said 3 up. I didn't. That young 46 would be 3 up. I didn't expect it when we just tuned back into this match, but an opportunity for Luke D9 to cut the deficit. And he does get it down. Excellent, says the game. Luke D9 with some momentum. And
a bit more reaction from these guys, haven't we?
Well, I like that we get some comms from young 46, right? There might be no one in the room with him. He's by himself, total quietness, but he's given us all his emotions and giving us a little bit of an insight into his brain right now. You know, he felt like he made that putt. People can watch. I said it before, he's on Twitch so much with qualifiers and various events and just showing people how he approaches everything. He's a daredevil, loves going right at pins. Just one of the top talents out there, but just lost a hole. You saw it, folks.
He's famous, isn't he, in the WGT world?
I think that if you want to get better at WGT, he's one of the first places you should go is to Young 46's social channels, just because that is the opportunity to learn, to experience things. As we could listen in a little bit, right?
See, look at this. You know,
so apparently you can hear it, but they can't.
3 down, and they're still having a lovely conversation, saying, "What's up, buddy?"
Talking during your swinger.
And he's apologising.
Didn't think anybody could hear me.
So they're talking to each other right now.
Or maybe they were talking to each other to put one another off, maybe just before they were going to hit their swing. That wouldn't be great sportsmanship, would it?
There are some mind games that we played. I don't know if they're listening to us here, but obviously it makes for a more friendly competition. I know players have their own, ways that they feel they play the game the best. We've had one event in person before the pandemic started in Abu Dhabi, and definitely it's a different mind game, Gabby, when you see your opponent right across the way.
Absolutely. I better be careful what I say. I know that young 46 now, used to be in the Navy, now works in HR, so better put a zip on it, really.
And that's a great shot from young 46. He got the heartbeat, but you see, even he wants every approach shot to be within 5 feet or so. He's not impressed with anything less than that.
Do you know what I'm impressed with? Luke D9's outfit there, ensemble there. He's got some jazzy trousers. Would you wear a pair of those, Jeff?
In WGT or in real life?
In WGT, of course.
I would, of course, no questions asked, wear that in WGT. In real life, I think it depends who I'm playing.
Is green not your colour?
You know, I've heard green matches my eyes before, so I'll take that as a great shot coming in from Luke D9 here. Is he going to use that back slope? Yes, he is.
Beauty.
I'm going to go as far as saying that's the best shot I've seen so far.
I think Luke D9 is probably thinking to himself, as this is 9 feet for young 46, where was this earlier today, right? Maybe it was once we put the actual cameras on them, once we put them on the European Tour YouTube channel, that's when they felt like, Luke D9 felt like showing up. But I mean, this is really impressive what Luke D9 has done since we've put the cameras on him. And young 46, I'm not saying he's sweating, but he's definitely thinking to himself, I'm getting beat right now.
This is what I'm saying. Personal trainers, they do love the limelight.
Well, I think Luke D9 needed a little more stretching, a little more warm-up. So if he wouldn't have gone 4 down through 8. But a spirited comeback right now. Nothing easy here for young 46. You hear him talking. He brought it all the way down to 7 seconds, misses the putt. And Gabby, he said, I should have called a timeout.
Yeah. Do you agree with him there?
Well, I think that young 46, the biggest critique that he has of himself, people in the community have, is that he's a calculated player. He takes a long time on his shots. As Luke D9 taps in, that's 2 straight wins. So now this match just 2 up.
Right, we're going to cut that one early. Sorry, we're just going to switch back to the other game between Burchie and F Magnets. Let's see if they've got a little bit more expression in their faces and any more development. You can see we're on hole 13 there, all square. What do you make of that?
That means F Magnets, obviously, within one of these last few holes, cut it back on either 10, 11, or 12 to get it to all square. So now it's just a 6-hole match. F Magnets just spun it back maybe a little bit too much away from the hole. He'll have a reasonable putt. Just to finish my last point there, Gabby, young 46, he says he's still trying to improve because he takes so long. Players have 5 timeouts, really 4 timeouts to use before needing to forfeit on that 5th timeout. But the biggest reason you use a timeout is to get more time, get more than those 45 seconds.
Okay. I'm learning a lot from you, expert Jeff.
I said I didn't travel 8 hours for nothing here, Gabby.
I'm glad you did.
And that's an excellent stroke, both the power and accuracy from Burchie, who went with the 4-iron a little bit to the right of the hole, but he gets the bounce back at Congressional.
That's the first time I've seen Burchie react there. He's really normally so composed, calm and collected, and I think it's getting a bit tense.
Well, we saw Burchie have that 1-up advantage through 9, so he gave something away. And now these players with similar length putts, but from opposite sides of the hole, Burchie will have to come down the hill. F Magnets gets this uphill try. A little bit easier to control the uphill putts.
Excellent shot there. He's back in the game.
F Magnets further away on his tee shot, but because he hits that putt, he shifts the pressure back on Burchie. You can see, Gabby, just how fast this is from this side of the hole, down about 2 inches.
He could have done better in that one.
We say in golf he missed that on the amateur side, below the hole, and that's the problem. If you leave yourself, that's why Burchie was frustrated. Even though Burchie was closer, he knew he had a downhill putt that was going to be a little bit more difficult.
Well, now F Magnets is right where he wants to be, 1 up on the 14th. It's a par 4 here.
And just a little bit before the skinny part of the fairway. One thing, that I find incredibly interesting when I talk to these players, Gabby, is that they knew the 3 courses that were in play today, Congressional, Olympic, and Marion, and they know almost every crevice on the course, what's going to happen, what bounce they're going to get. It's the same level as the pros in terms of reading those greens books and knowing exactly what is going to happen. Got to execute, though.
Like you said, they know every little detail, don't they? And sometimes you see them get out the calculator as well, don't you?
You definitely, yeah, you see that, and that's what we were talking about the timing. You know, there are only certain things that they're allowed to use within the rules, but we do see those situations where players, you know, are so deep in their calculations that they almost run that 45-second clock down.
Well, we know that Burchie and F Magnets have played before, haven't we? And F Magnets won. He's now in the lead again, 1 up. Do you think he has it in him, Burchie, to respond and maybe go 1 up in a short amount of time?
Well, he won the front 9. It's just been the last few holes that have been struggling. And when F Magnets is hitting shots like that, again, below the hole, F Magnets is going to have an uphill putt. That's exactly where you want to be.
Also, wouldn't mind being there right now, would you?
No, I would not. I would definitely not. Are you saying on the course, on that close to the hole? I mean,
on the course with those blue skies. I know for you, maybe you've travelled here and you wouldn't want to go all the way back there. This would be jet lag city, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm glad that you want to come visit the United States.
I'll take that as an invitation. Yes. I'm there.
Washington D.C. We'll meet you at Congressional as Burchie. Not only is going to have a longer putt, but he's going to show F Magnets the line this time around. We just saw Burchie miss a shorter putt, but that was downhill.
Got much time to perfect this one, but he does. Oh, there we go. Great putt there.
That's a great putt by Burchie. That is pressure to the max. Opens the door to go 2 down if he misses that, but is able to hit that perfect stroke.
Is F Magnets good at putting? Just as good?
Listen, they're all good to get here, and I think that the best part for F Magnets is he just saw this putt. You know, he just saw the longer version of this putt from Burchie, so he should know what it's doing as he puts that right in the heart. And you talked about these two have known each other a very long time. They've practiced together. They've played together. Yes, this is only their second meeting on the eTour, but they've played together a lot. And when we actually had a chance, our producers talked to Burchie before this week, and Burchie said that it's a really cool matchup. F Magnets is the WGT player I've known for the longest, and we're pretty good friends. Normally he wipes the floor with me, but we have a friendly rivalry.
Well, we're off to the next one now again. We're switching between the two. We, of course, back to Young 46 and Luke D9 on hole 12. Concentrated faces there. Well, the gap's shortened. It's closing up a little bit. He's 2 up now, Young 46, as I mentioned on hole 12.
Yeah, we saw those Luke D9 winning on 9 and 10. We hear some typing. This is classic Young 46. He is a math-based player. He's doing everything in his mind right now to figure this putt out.
Reaction there.
It's just that, you know, he's happy that it went in, but the putting has not been there for Young 46 today. And part of that is because there's less math. There's less calculations involved when you're on the greens. You're not dealing with the distance and the wind and the elevation as much as you are at other points on this course, in this game. And that's where Luke D9 can get the advantages on the greens.
What would you say, Jeff? Would you say you're more of a field player, or are you there with them with the calculations?
I would say I'm more of a field player because I'm impatient. But I've actually talked to both these guys, Young 46 and Jay Smithers, our 2 top seeds, just about those calculations. And there's a lot about, you know, in terms of the wind. Young 46 was saying to me, one thing that he deals with, and I got to fact check this to make sure I'm correct, but I think he said when he's going into the wind, he adds 6 yards of extra distance. When he has a tailwind behind him, he takes away 4.5 yards. So that's the math that goes into this. And of course, that's per mile per hour. So you need to do some multiplication to get everything down.
Well, we saw Luke D9 used another timeout there. And I believe in Abu Dhabi he was disqualified for using too many timeouts. So seems to be a bit of a pattern going on there.
And it looks like we've got a heartbeat from Luke D9. Is it a hole-in-one, Gabby? Can he spin it back?
Great shot.
It's not bad.
Not bad, but not quite a hole-in-one. That's what we want to see. We want to see the hole-in-one, don't we, Jeff? I'm waiting for it.
We are here to see a hole-in-one today. But what we're seeing is Luke D9 hanging with Young 46. I mean, now he flips it back on Young 46 right now, who's going to give a look at that. Young 46 is giving a look at the scorecard. Who knows what he wants to see? Does he want to see which holes he lost? Does he want to see the holes up ahead? He might be saying to himself, Gabby, you know what? I'm not going to try to win this hole because I think I can win on the par 4s and 5s.
Thinking about a good golf, you've got to think ahead as well as being in the moment. You've got to think ahead.
Yep. And you've got to think hole in almost one.
You're really rooting for that hole in one. It's not happening yet. It's too early, Jeff.
You know, it's funny, Young 46, so patient with his calculations, but he likes fast forwarding after the shot. He wants to get right to that next shot. Luke D9 will be first to play. He's going to give this a little bit extra uphill. Just get it in there to the heart. Hit it firm. Young 46 and Luke D9 with an open line of communication right now. Respecting each other during the shot, but talking in between.
It's not like the other quarterfinal. They're not having a word in edgeways, are they, them two? They're not.
And they're the ones that mentioned how they're great friends, right? But that's how they're doing things right now as Young 46 taps that one in.
Ooh, a lot of facial expression there.
Well, he's a streamer, right? This is Young 46 takes a lot of pride in showing his emotions.
Okay, well, we're going to head to the other quarterfinal there between Burchie and F Magnets.
And I see a lot of you in the chat are loving the 2-box when we go between the two matches. A lot of fans of all of these players out there watching.
It's great because you can see the best of both, can't you?
You get to see the text is a little small, which in WGT, I mean, those yard, like I said, the yards, the elevation, the wind, it all matters. And you know, I think a lot of people also are learning how to get better in the game just by watching these players.
And as you can see in the graphic there, as I mentioned earlier, they have played each other one time before. And as you'd expect, no offence to Burchie over there, F Magnets did win.
And F Magnets 2 up now, pulling away a little bit. But what a shot by Burchie!
He could hear me. He could hear me say that. And he thought, this is how I'm going to respond to you, Gabby. With a great shot.
Well, just 51 yards. Both players coming at this with a lob wedge on their third on the par 5. And you know there's confidence when you remove the flag stick from 51 yards out. Don't put backspin on. F Magnets is trying to roll this one in, Gabby. And he's got the heartbeat. He's got it headed right at the flag stick.
And a perfect triangle between the hole and the 2 balls.
It's funny because most players would be so happy with those shots, but both these two, I think, felt like if they were going to win the hole, they had to hold that out.
I'm telling you, they're giving us nothing.
We're going to need to figure out how to do a virtual handshake after this.
Seeing double here.
Burchie taps that one in. The old phrase would be that this match is dormy now. 2 up with 2 to play is F Magnets. We saw it before, F Magnets using backspin. That's what happens when he goes to the bottom right. Backspin on the driver. And part of it is because he sees that rough at the end of the fairway and doesn't want to hit a shot, yes, too good, that he would roll into the rough.
We haven't really seen any rough play or any bunker play, have we?
We haven't, and that's good because these players are so good. But look, if you end up in the rough or the bunker, that's when it becomes really hard to almost play from behind in that sort of sense.
So we know that Burchie really needs to win this hole, otherwise it is game over.
And Burchie with a little bit more distance there, maybe sending a message, flexing his muscles.
It's a lot on the line here, and not just to mention the game, but also money, the money side of things as well.
$10,000 prize pool in each of these events, leading up to $50,000 prize pool in the global finals. Makes $100,000 overall.
Maybe that's why F Magnets isn't giving much away, because he needs the money for his house, doesn't he? Although he's given a bit there.
Yeah, and this is going to roll back off. This green on 17 sloping at him. And F Magnets opening the door for Burchie. You see that way on the right side, missed the slope. Burchie's going to have to adjust a little bit here. The hole's playing down 3 feet, but that 10 to 12 mile per hour wind to the back left is what Burchie is looking at. Bit of a headwind. And he does decide to put backspin on the ball. That's important here. We saw F Magnets roll back. And this is a heartbeat with a 6-iron. Burchie right at the flagstick, just goes to the left, but he is definitely closer. All sorts of waves in this putt for F Magnets. 6.5 inches, about a half foot above him is the hole.
I'm feeling nervous, Jeff. I don't know about you, but it's 2 up, and I'm feeling the nerves and the tension here in the studio, as I mentioned before.
Well, I think F Magnets has to look at this as, I'll give it a shot, because Burchie's going to make that putt coming back. If I make this, great. If I don't, all I have to do is have 18 and I win. And he went up to the 100-foot putter, gave it some gas, a little too much. Still a great effort by F Magnets, and now Burchie to extend the match to the 18th hole. And he does it. We'll go play. Let's play a full round, Gabby, all the way to 18 with F Magnets leading by 1.
Wowza.
So we knew these players, the 4 and 5 seeds, we knew they were going to be close. We knew how evenly matched they were. It's Burchie with the slight edge. Excuse me, F Magnets with the slight edge.
Okay, we're going to go back to split screen here because we know you guys love it so much.
And it looks like that was Luke D9 playing 2 down, trying to make a long putt. And that'll be Young 46 on the right side.
So we'll go back to the other game, but we'll just wait until we see what's going on in this one.
This would put Young 46 3 up with 3 to play.
This would put or this would putt?
Thank you.
And, oh yeah, young 46. You heard the two of them talk. Luke D9 said, pretty nice, gave him some props.
They're complimenting each other. See, that is good sportsmanship right there. He's down and he's complimenting him. Okay, we're back to the 18th.
Incredibly critical approach shots. There's a beautiful 18th hole at Congressional. And that is a shot from F. Magnets, even though he didn't get the heartbeat, even though it's not back there. That's so important, Gabby, because for two reasons. One of the hardest greens to hit in golf is the 18th hole at Congressional when that pin is in the back left. Look at all that water in play. And the other thing is he just has to have the hole. He just has to have the hole to win. And this puts the pressure on Burchie to win the hole and go after something to put this close.
As we mentioned before, maybe that's why they didn't want that feature 10 hole as the final hole at Congressional, because they don't want that anticlimax, do they? We certainly haven't got one here. Nerves are flying in the studio.
Burchie aiming in the water, trying to let that wind come out, and he got the heartbeat. He got what he needed. Is it enough, though, from Burchie, who puts this in close? 9 feet. You mentioned that beautiful this beautiful finish on 18. The last U.S. Open, the last golf major played here was in 2011. Rory McIlroy won by 8 shots, so there wasn't as much drama as we're witnessing now in the 18th hole.
See, this is what people were tuning in to see. They wanted to see the drama.
This is F. Magnets for the win of the match. Not a big elevation change, but it's moving right to left from 17 feet, and F. Magnets just misses
it. Oh, he's absolutely devastated. He knows what's on the line here, but he's still in with a chance. Still waiting to see what Burchie has to show us.
Definitely not a gimme from 9.5 feet. Burchie put himself in a tough position earlier on when he had a downhill putt that he missed on the amateur side, but this would send the match to a playoff hole. And he got it, Burchie.
And he does it. We wanted that playoff. We wanted it.
Burchie, unbelievable, winning the last 2 holes to force a playoff. They go to the 19th hole. Burchie and F. Magnets. As we send it back over to Luke D9 and Young 46. Luke D9 have a shot right at it.
Great shot, Luke.
They're still literally complimenting each other. We've left, we've come back, and they're still doing it. Well, there'll be flowers at the other end.
Young 46 is going to do that at least while he has the lead. All he needs is to tie this 16th hole, and he'll get the victory. And I'm looking at the chat right now, Gabby. So much talk about the clutchness of Burchie winning those last 2 holes. How about the clutchness of Young 46? He says, good game in the air. And you see his ball right next to the hole. That's a flex, Gabby. It's not technically over.
Until the end of that sentence.
Luke D9 makes the birdie, but Young 46 just needs to tap that in.
Good luck in the next round, man. Who you got?
Thank you, man. Yeah, I don't know who won between Mags and Simon.
That's good. Young 46, guess what? No one's won yet. We're going to go back to that.
Okay, we're going to go back to the other game. Of course.
You can hear them talking about being 14 under through 16. That just gives you an idea of how tough the competition is out here. These are the approach shots. It's going to be F. Magnets first in the playoff hole.
Of course, we're on this game, but now we know that Young 46 is our first confirmed semi-finalist.
First confirmed semi-finalist. That's big for for Young 46.
That's what you expected, isn't it, Jeff?
2 semi-final appearances so far this year, so he continues to rack up those points as we head to the global finals, being the 6th event of the year. And I know there was a slight hiccup for a second, but you see where F. Magnets' ball is below the hole on that left side. Doors open for Burchie again. From 124 yards out, he's playing a 9-iron. You see it plays 130 with the wind coming at him a bit. And how about a putting contest, Gabby?
Do you like your putting?
I don't like my putting. I like these two.
I like watching these two.
It's going to be F. Magnets first from just under 16 feet. And I'll tell you what, from where we're looking, this thing looks like it's going to start right to left and then come back left to right.
We've got to mention, this is the quarterfinal, and there's this much of a climax in the quarterfinal and showdown, so it just goes to show what is left in the competition that we have to see.
Just buckle in right now, folks. We've still got 2 more rounds, the semifinals and finals after this. F. Magnets, with just about 5 seconds to go, gets it to break back and slide in the left door. F. Magnets, take a breath. It's back on Burchie. A little bit more of a straightforward putt for Burchie. It's just going to move right to left on him, uphill, 3.5, so he can give it more speed. You don't want to leave it short. You just want to give yourself a chance. He's been so impressive, winning 17 and 18 to force this playoff. Can he hit another clutch putt to send this to a 20th hole? No, just left.
Oh, he was doing so well. Just misses out, and finally we see F. Magnets take a breath there. I don't think he has the entire match.
F. Magnets technically needs to tap in. Or excuse me, he doesn't. He won. F. Magnets won. Excuse me. F. Magnets has won. And I'll tell you what, an instant classic. An instant classic. They went 19 holes. 2 friends that said, listen, we are evenly matched, although on paper, although F. Magnets usually wins between the 2 of them, and Gabby, F. Magnets wins again.
Absolutely, and I think it's about time that we chat to Burchie now. So Burchie, commiserations to you. Firstly, how are you feeling, and what went wrong?
If we have, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Am I on? Does the audio work?
You're on camera.
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we had troubles before. Yeah, what went wrong? I think I just put myself in some difficult positions and didn't make the putts, whereas he, especially on the back nine, just pretty much hold everything. So, yeah, I mean, in the end, it was super close. Obviously, we went to sudden death. I didn't expect that after like 15 holes, but I was able to win the last 2. But yeah, still wasn't enough.
Yeah. Burchie, you said, usually when you play, F. Magnets has gotten the better of you. How does this rank in terms of classic matchups between the 2 of you, whether they be on the eTour or off air, just between the 2 of you?
Well, my personal favorite is obviously the one win I got in an important match against him. That was when we played live in Las Vegas. That was, I think, the only time I actually beat him. So that's obviously my favorite in terms of classics. But yeah, it was a good match, I think. Super close, obviously, and
okay.
But he deserved to win.
Well, Burchie, thank you so much for taking part. We know you needed the money there to travel, so hopefully better luck next time. But let's head to the tournament bracket to see our first semi-finalists. Let's take a little look.
It's Young 46 and F. Magnets moving on. 2 players that we know could win this whole thing. Young 46 has won before. F. Magnets, right up the Portugal Masters final, has another shot at making another final.
Well, that looks to be a superb semi-final. Well, it's time to get back to another game going on. So let's take a look at this one. All the action underway. Time to take a look. Let's have a little look here. OK, we've got Jay Smithers against Jalal 038. They are on hole 2. All square so far. Early days.
Yeah, so this was played earlier today. We're looking at the highlights. This was one of the quarterfinal matchups played off air. Jay Smithers coming off his Portugal Masters win. Got an eagle there at number 2 at Marion. He was 3 up through 10. Jalal, one of our competitors who qualified on mobile but has been trying to master PC play. He was 3 down, trying to prove to the world that he deserves to be here, and that was a great putt for him to send a message to Jay Smithers. I mean, this guy is so good and even better than good right now, as he was able to match that on number 10. They went to 15 at this point. Jalal 4 down, just trying to keep himself in the match. Big breaker down the hill by about 5 inches. Tried to play that speed, but just too fast. That opened the door for Jay Smithers to put away the match 5-3 on the 15th hole, and that would send Jay Smithers to another semifinal, trying to get his second win in 2 attempts this year on the eTour.
Okay. Okay, I think it's about time we move on to the highlights of the next one between ECC and Kills. So I can't wait to have a little look at, go over that one right now.
This was also played. This was the 3-6 matchup played earlier in the day. ECC from Canada taking on Kelps from India. Kelps put himself on the map by beating Golf X3 to get here in the qualification process. He was 2 down through 5, down early, but made a big putt, a long 17-footer. ECC on the other side from Canada, the lefty with some southpaw magic of his own, but it was not meant to be as he missed that. And that match went to 1 up in ECC's favor through 5. Kelps trying to get his way into the match at 11. Kelps was 1 up through 11. This for par. This just missed as Kelps flipped the script. This match went back and forth. ECC uphill, more straightforward sort of putt, and he was able to tie the match through 11. These players turned all the way to 16. ECC at this point was 1 up. How about a big breaker from 12 feet? He broke it even too much, missing that on the low side. That opened the door for Kelps on 16. Tie things up. How about it? How about make it a 2-hole match? That's where they were at, all square through 16. But on the 18th hole, Kelps now 1 down, needing to win the 18th hole after losing 17 to stay in the match. He was able to make that on the picturesque, historic 18th hole at Olympic Club. But ECC, we didn't see this one, Gabby. This went the distance to the 18th hole, and it was just 1 up. ECC, the number 3 seed, moving on to the semifinals.
Absolutely. Well, we can see there that 4 players advanced through to the semi-finals. What do you make of those semi-finals, though, Jeff? So we're just about to see the tournament bracket on the screen there, but 2 good matchups.
Yeah, you know, Young 46 F Magnets, I think that's going to be the showcase matchup of the semi-final. Young 46 definitely not happy with the way that the last tournament went. F Magnets was able to get to the final. Those are 2 guys who we said could win it all. Young 46 said he would have the tougher half of the bracket. Jay Smithers, we'll see if ECC can match the talent, but Jay Smithers playing on a different level right now. Probably an easier half of the bracket for him.
Brilliant. Well, we want to see what the players, if they won, will spend their money on. So let's take a look at this now.
If I were to win this one, she's always wanted a golden retriever, so I told her I'd buy her a dog.
Well, some travel, you know, after COVID is done.
I'm preparing for my marriage, so I know where to use them.
Don't have any holiday plans coming up because we've got our first vaccinations coming up in the middle of next month, so we can't go anywhere or do anything while that's happening. There's some work we need done on the house, so I'll probably just have to spend it on that. The time being, it's a bit boring, but that's the reality of life, unfortunately.
I want to do bikepacking in the future. So some of it will go towards investing in that.
You know, I'd probably buy my kid a car. I think his air conditioning went out, so he needs another car.
And maybe help some friends along the way, you know. Do some good with it also.
Well, Jeff, I don't know about you, but I think I'd definitely pick the Golden Retriever over the car.
We've got Golden Retriever, house, car. Kels, you got to do stand-up. I want to see, he could be a stand-up comedian with some of these answers that he's given so far.
OK, well, before we see the semi-finals from this tournament, let's take a look at the highlights back from the first event of the season, the Portugal Masters.
We're going to go to some top golf action now. We're on hole number 4, semi-final 1. Jay Smithers, Golf X3, all squared still.
Jay Smithers has got himself one up. This long-range putt from Jay Smithers, and he looks so calm and collected. And Golf X3 had this one for the half, which he just lipped out on the left-hand side. And these are the sort of putts that we do see. Oh, he's done it again. We call him the Tiger Woods of the eTour. He wears the red shirt, but it's really because he does things like that. This is a putt to win the hole and get ahead in this semi-final for the first time. He doesn't miss, Rach. So Golf X3 has got himself ahead. They are just going straight at it every single time. You love to see it. With these slopey ones, you've got to be bang on.
Is he bang on? Oh, he's no!
Golf X3 misses a short mid-range one, and now Jay Smithers has this 2-foot putt to go all square with only 3 holes to go.
This is why we like it, right?
This is why we love the eTour. There is no such thing as a script. It's a real opportunity. We know that Golf X3 is in closer, but we don't yet have a look at his line. He's timed it perfectly. Did he get the right read? If he did, it's in. Oh, he knew it. He knew it. I thought he was going to miss left, and it leaped back towards the hole. Massive putt. Golf X3, once again, has to make it to continue in this game. As long as they time it right, it's pretty much going to go in range. I don't see it missing. But it has! Golf X3 has been defeated. Jay Smithers advances to the final. You never know. Anything can happen with this single elimination format. Young 46, though. Oh, he's missed one. He's timed it great. Has he made it? Has F. Mags made this long-range putt? He timed it perfectly. Did he get the read right? He didn't. So now, an opportunity for young 46 to make a birdie, win back-to-back holes, and level the match up.
Can you take it?
On its
Ooh,
way.
edge of my seat moment. Excellent stroke.
It's a bit heavy, is it? It's a bit heavy. He's right through the break, and he knows it. This one could be coming towards the end now with a strong lead for F. Mags. He's got a birdie putt, though. Young 46 has missed it. Jay Smithers, he'll fancy this. He'll try and flick this one up a couple of hops and it will stop. I predict just slightly long and right at the hole if it doesn't go in. Rolling up to the pin, we can't quite see it. He's holed it! He's done it again!
Oh my
He's chipped in once again. And now the pressure goes on F. Mags.
That was close.
If F. Mags didn't know he was in the game, he knows now. For 6 birdies in a row. And Rach, I'm not even going to look. I'm not even going to look.
No, don't look.
He's just going to make it. I'm going to look away from the screen.
Oh, yeah.
He's got it? He's got it. Of course he's got it. If this goes in, I'll eat my pen. Jay Smithers from 31 feet up the hill. In his form, you wouldn't back against it, for sure. On its way. It's timing it perfect. It's a little bit too firm. It's coming in now, though. Oh, he's hold it! He does hold it! Oh, you're going to move!
He's eating his pen, guys.
The level of which Jay Smithers is playing is that I certainly have never seen before. Not in the eTour. F. Mags for another birdie of his own to keep the heat on, keep asking the questions. All he can do.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I don't believe it. This putt is for the win for Jay Smithers down the hill for 4 up. And the most impressive display of golf we've ever seen on the eTour. Jay Smithers on its way. He's done it. He has done it. He is our Portugal Masters champion 2021. I have no words for the level of golf we have just seen.
Well, we saw that Jay Smithers won the Portugal Masters there, and of course he's back in contention for this one. Is he still the favourite, would you say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially the way that he was able to just go through that first matchup. Even though he was the 2 seed in qualification, he's put himself in a good matchup, getting past Jalal 5 up. He'll have ECC, who's coming off that grind of an 18-hole seesaw match against Kelps. On the other side, Young 46 and F Magnets. I mean, here's the thing. You saw it in that video that we just watched. They met in the semifinal last time. On paper, Young 46 has been the better player probably in the history of the European eTour. But last time it was F Magnets who was able to get the victory pretty handily in that semifinal to reach the final. So, you know, it's going to be a grind, I think, between the two of them. That's going to be really that featured matchup with Young 46 trying to get some redemption from that last semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the player profile again from Young 46 there. Of course, who's taking on F Magnets? That was a tight one through to the semi-final, wasn't it?
And look, that matters, right? F Magnets, folks, he just played himself a 19-hole match. I know it doesn't take necessarily the physical toll that a 19-hole golf match would take, but from a mental toll, I mean, he gave up those last 2 holes. Let Burchie right back in the match, had to rebound on the 19th hole. He's now got to take a second and regroup. Say, that's behind me. I was a favorite in this tournament. I've reached the final with the Portugal Masters. I need to focus on being F Magnets. I just beat Young 46. I can do it again, just on a different course, different month this time around.
But absolutely. As you've seen, our 4 semi-finalists are there. But let's take a look at the road to the global finals with this short BT.
The European eTour features 6 esports events consisting of 5 regular tournaments throughout the season and then concluding in the ultimate showdown, the global finals. The players must be at the top of their game for the entire season if they want to have a share of the $100,000 prize pool. Hundreds of thousands of players will try to qualify for the 5 eTour events, but there are only 8 spots available at each tournament. At each event, players have the chance to earn points for the race to the global finals ranking. By the end of the season, the 8 players with the most points on the race to the global finals ranking will qualify for the global finals. At the season finale, we will find the European eTour champion and the winner of the lion's share of the $100,000. May the best e-golfer win.
We're Young 46 and F Magnets, 2 legends of the game. They're pretty much famous in the WGT, aren't they?
They are. They've gone so far back in so many different events, and now, of course, the European eTour in the last 2 years has given them such an opportunity to put their expertise on display. But, you know, at the same time, it goes back and forth. It's very even. Young 46 has actually won an event on the European eTour. But F Magnets, he's coming off that victory over Young 46 in the last tournament, the Portugal Masters.
Okay, and do you think F Magnets will have more of a response in this time round? Because he didn't give much away there, did he, in the first time?
You know, it's weird because you'd think, right, F Magnets won the last head-to-head. He should feel confident. He should feel like the favorite. But after what we just saw from Young 46 in that last matchup, I would think Young 46 also qualifying as the top competitor in this event. His game is at the level that it needs to be at right now. His game is at the top.
Well, here we can see the head-to-head between the semi-finalists. Here we are. We've got Young 46 on the left and, of course, F Magnets on the right.
Young, like I said, on paper, Young 46 with the slightly better overall record. With in 23 matches, he's done better in the past, but very similar history. You saw 2012, 2013. They got started with this game around the same time. They've known each other for a long time. They've played each other in a lot of different events. I mean, they both feel like they both feel like they can and should get to the final.
Well, I'd love to listen to you all day, Jeff, but I believe the game has started, as we can see here. First semi-final between Young 46 and F Magnets. We're here on hole 1, starting it off, of course, all square.
Yeah, we can talk all we want, but let's actually play the matches and see what we get, as this is a short par 4, just 359 yards and downwind.
There's not too much time to think, is there, between one quarterfinal to semi-final, is there? You've got to go straight in and not think too much about it.
Especially, like we said, if you're F Magnets and you just played 19 holes, you just grinded this thing out, you need to put that Burchie, that pressure that you just had with the Burchie match, you need to put that behind you because you've got such a competitor in Young 46 neither of you can break. But at the same time, F. Magnets has already played a really high-level competitive match. Young 46, maybe not as much, with all due respect to Luke D9, but, you know, these now are two of, say, the 5 best players in the world.
So F. Magnets, I believe, is known as the GOAT, greatest of all time. And then we've got Young 46, who's actually famous amongst, you know, a lot of the WGT players.
In this game? Can you hear me okay?
GOAT versus Fame.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Which one are we going for? Famous GOAT.
And now we see them talking to each other. We saw this in Young 46's last match. He was on the comms with Luke D9, so we'll try, Gabby and I'm sure we'll back out as much as we can so you can hear the conversation between the two of them.
It's the first time we've heard F. Magnet speak, isn't it?
It is, and that's a great shot by F. Magnets, putting it right in there. These guys are just so good.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
The compliments are still flying.
And this is the first time that we've seen Marion, our third course. Last played the U.S. Open in 2013. Justin Rose winning that tournament stateside.
Fellow Brit there.
And if you want some more USA geography, Gabby, Marion just outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
It was good. Luke made a nice little comeback on the back. I think I was 14 under through 16. I won 3 up.
F. Magnet's trying to get some tactics there.
Yeah, it was. I buried the first 8 holes, and I was 4 up, and then he birdied 9 and 10 to take me back to 2 up.
I like F. Magnets talking about he was too busy messing up his game, is what he said. If you're just joining us, Burchie in the 4-5 matchup was 2 down with 2 to play. Actually won the 17th and 18th holes at Congressional with birdies to force a 19th hole, but it was F. Magnets getting it done with a birdie on the extra playoff hole to get here. A rematch of the semifinals at the Portugal Masters, which F. Magnets won against Young 46. And that's a beautiful drive by F. Magnets, who we've seen every time we've watched F. Magnets. He is not afraid off the tee to take aggressive lines. And in a situation like that, he makes Young 46 hit first.
Jeff, I'd quite like to know, who's your favourite among these 2 favourites then?
My favorite in terms of who I think is going to win, I said, despite the fact that F. Magnets won the head-to-head last time, I think Young 46, I think the state of his game is better right now. I think that's part of the reason why he qualified for this event as the #1 overall seed. But I did say that I figured, while I'm here, I bet you that we get our first European eTour event that an American does not win.
That's what I'm saying, Jeff the Jinxer. So we're having a few technical difficulties with the other semi-final, Jeff, but we hopefully will go to that one soon. It's between ECC and Jay Smithers, so let's just talk a little bit about that one while these two are battling it out. What do you make of that then?
Yeah, I mean, Jay Smithers is going to be the heavy favorite. I don't know if we saw what we saw out of ECC. You know, that was quite a battle with Kelps, who knocked out Golf X3 in the qualification process. So definitely 2 really strong competitors. But, you know, ECC is still a wild card, very unpredictable what we're going to get out of him, as opposed to Jay Smithers that we know. And if you were watching the highlights of the Portugal Masters, you saw was just leaving Seb Carmichael Brown speechless because of the way he was playing, birdieing almost every hole as Young 46 runs that right up near the pin.
And they also spoke about how some of the guys on the tour are so nice. And Kelps is one of them guys that is just so nice. And maybe that's what happened there. The nice guys finish last. Isn't that right, Jeff?
Yeah, it's a good question because, I mean, you're seeing, right, that these 2 players are talking to each other. So they're clearly nice enough that they can have a friendly conversation and not disrupt each other, right? You don't want to talk while the other players in their backswing. But Young 46 especially is a guy who I always feel like has a little bit of a swagger about him where I mean, look, I think he thinks he's the best in the world, and he certainly acts like he's the best in the world in terms of the way that he carries himself in the WGT community.
So I believe we're having a few troubles with Jay Smithers' computer, but there may be a way to resolve that and be all eyes through ECC's computer there. So there's always a plan B here on the eTour. At the minute, just got a putt. I'm loving this tense music. I think that's what adds to it as well. That can really make or break you there.
I saw someone in the chat say it reminded them of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's got that sort of every shot, like every question.
Well, not quite millionaire, but $5,000.
$5,000 in the air will be crowned today as F Magnets gets that birdie down. These two going back and forth, all square through 2. And it's Young 46. We will, for those of you watching, we will have Jay Smithers against ECC as well. We might not have Jay Smithers' comms on his side. It'll still be him playing. We might be watching that through the point of view of ECC, our Canadian competitor.
Let's talk a little bit about that as well, Jeff. USA versus Canada. That is a big game, surely.
I thought you were going to talk about this being USA versus the UK, the two of us. You know, I didn't even think when you asked me who I thought was going to win if that was the competition here. But I think you're right. USA versus Canada and ECC, for those who saw his icon, his profile picture, was Canada hockey, which that ice hockey rivalry between Canada and the United States is huge in North America. I'm sure you follow that closely, Gabby.
Well, yeah, of course. There's loads of ice hockey in the UK. Well, you've got that ice hockey rivalry and also the virtual eTour rivalry too.
A lot of rivalries like this one we're watching right now between Young 46 and F Magnets has developed when these players have played so many times in so many different competitions. And then how beautiful is it that we get to the European eTour? We get an actual tour, an actual professional tour of these players, and we're able to have these rivalries develop through the European Tour lens. F Magnets took a step back after that. I don't think he liked it. Well, it's certainly not bad. Certainly rolling toward the hole. Come on back down the hill. And he'll let Young 46 show him that putt.
What's not to like about that one?
You know, Young 46, right, his name Young 46, he'd love to shoot a 46. You know, he thinks he can go out there and shoot in the 50s and even try to get to the 40s, which is just crazy to think about when he plays WGT, because he thinks he's that good.
That's a good explanation of his tag name there, because it could either be that or it could have been his age.
Well, he actually, I believe that he was originally Young 99 on Facebook and had to change his name when he got to WGT.
F Magnets looks like he's praying there. Praying for it to not go in.
Thank you.
But it does! And there you have it.
Yeah, Young 46 was struggling a bit with his putting in that first matchup against Luke D9. Kind of extended the match because Young 46 couldn't figure out the putter. But that is a huge putt. And even though F Magnets has seen it already, look at that downhill 5.2 inches. That's very difficult to judge.
Do you see this being all square for the first 9?
I'll tell you in about, I thought there were 3 all square. No, like I said, I really think that Young 46 says that's going to trickle in. I just think that Young 46 is playing slightly better from what we've seen today and from what we saw in the qualification process. I'm going to give Young 46 the 2-up advantage through 9.
Mine was like 3/4 of a grid.
I hope you can't hear us. F Magnets, I mean. Not that would affect him. He hasn't really given us much, has he?
F Magnets is a locked-in competitor. Just beat his buddy Burchie. Try and do the same with Young 46 right now. That's a beautiful drive from Young 46 right down the heart of the fairway. So we'll see if F. Magnets, like I said, continues to take these aggressive lines off the tee. And you can see the wind pushing that ball to the right for him as he sends it down the left side. A 645-yard par 5 at Merion. And I think that also gives us the opportunity to talk about those historic wicker baskets at Merion. It's one of the only courses in the world where there's not actually a flag stick on what you would call the flag pin. It is literally a wicker basket that, as the story goes, Hugh Wilson was in England studying their golf courses. He happened upon local sheep herders and their flocks. These shepherds held staffs that they used for herding, and the staffs all had wicker baskets at the top. In those baskets, they kept their lunch for the day so that no animals could get it. So Wilson decided to bring those to Merion. That story's never verified, but that's how the legend goes in Philadelphia.
You explained it so well, I feel like I'm living it right now.
And part of the actual tactical sense of the flags, what makes it really interesting in real life is that you can't judge the wind, because so many professional golfers use the flag to judge the wind, but it's a basket. So it doesn't necessarily wave like a flag stick.
I see. What do you make of that, from your own opinion? Would you like to see a basket or a flag?
I think it's cool, the basket. I don't think I've ever thought high enough level on the golf course to judge the flag as the wind.
It's original. It gives the course a bit more identity, doesn't it?
It does, exactly. And also, and this was reflective in WGT, as that shot from F. Magnets, who pulled the flag pin, he gets the heartbeat, and he spins it right next to the hole. The flags are actually taller than most flags at other courses because of the wicker baskets that you can see. And you can even see it in this game, just how tall that flag stick is right there, which allows players a little bit of an easier way to see that flag.
And you may have just
or lack thereof.
Well, absolutely. And you may have just heard Young 46 give F. Magnets a compliment there. And in response, F. Magnets has left.
He said, if I got Young 46 complimenting me, my work here is done.
Yeah.
And we've got a heartbeat from Young 46.
Thank you.
Oh, and in response, nice shot back. God, gents of the game, these two. There goes that tension music again.
Despite Young 46 having a better record against each other, a better record in the eTour, head-to-head, F. Magnets has won all three. And he might not be winning that hole with a putt like that.
Past results don't mean a thing in this, does it?
You got it.
Elimination.
You got to throw it all out, and especially, like I said, F. Magnets really has to get out of his mind that match against Burchie, that 19-hole thriller that we had in the quarterfinals, because, look, it's a new match against a player that you have a great history with. You've beaten him 3 times on the eTour.
And there you say it. There's the stat right there. You voiced it perfectly, Jeff.
Now F. Magnets needing to respond off the tee, a long 500-yard par 4. Wind going almost directly to the left.
more spin.
And this shot from F Magnets needs a little run on it. And it's so difficult, these greens, the slopes at Merriam, you can end up with some issues. That ball's not going to stop. That ball's just not going to stop, Gabby.
It's making its way to the basket. We hope.
So young 46, maybe with a little bit of an opportunity there. He's got 190 out.
And out of the three courses we've seen throughout today, Jeff, what would you say is your top pick?
You know, I think that I've just always personally wanted to play Olympic Club. The one in San Francisco just had the U.S. Women's Open there. Yuka Sasso winning that. But Marion's the closest one to me physically where I live in New York City. So maybe that's where I'll actually...
Okay, Jeff. A little bit lazy, are you?
I am accepting offers to all three of these courses if anyone out there wants to offer me up as a guest.
That's what would be nice right now.
And as we know, qualification is going on right now. So if you do want to take part, please make sure you go and visit WGT and all of our social platforms as well, eTour GG. There's a lot on the line and anyone can get involved, can't they? Even you and me.
Even us. 50,000 people tried to make this event. You can try, I believe the Hero Open is the next available European eTour event. It's open qualification. Young 46 and F Magnets, they might be there every time, but you can try to compete against them on WGT right now. And if you're trying to do that, I highly recommend taking notes on what these players do.
I'm doing it right now. Look at all this in front of me.
Big uphill try, 16 inches for young 46. And you heard him say, did he hit it hard enough? Just needed some more on that. So still a long try for F Magnets, but a chance. Doing his Bryson DeChambeau calculations on this putt.
Great putt.
And wow, what a breaker for F Magnets to claw his way back to make this all square.
Well, I think it's time to make our way to the other semi-final between ECC and, of course, Jay Smithers, who I believe are on hole 3 now. Just teeing off there.
All square through 2 so far. ECC, we get to see a lefty.
So we spoke about original courses and original players. We've got a lefty there too.
He actually, he's virtually on the tee box, walked on over, as it looked like Jay Smithers still had a putt to play on too. And again, because of some of the situation right now, we're watching both players in this match from ECC's point of view. So that was Jay Smithers' tee shot, and now we get to see ECC with confidence, Gabby, removing the flagstick off the tee box into the wind.
Let's just talk quickly about the route to the final. No disrespect to ECC there, but do you almost feel like Jay Smithers got an easier route to the final?
That's what Young 46 said beforehand. He said, you know, I got to deal with these guys, Burchie or F Magnets. Of course, he's playing F Magnets. Jay Smithers, more of a wild card, but ECC, look, that was a really gutsy win he had over Kelps. I know we only saw the highlights, but I mean, that went back and forth. He had the lead early, Kelps fought back, and then ECC put his foot on the door to win at the end. So let's not cut this guy short. He's gonna give Jay Smithers some competition today.
Sometimes I think it's almost better to be the underdog. Less pressure on yourself. And also, we know that Jay Smithers is the Portugal Masters champion. So, you know.
I said as ECC just gave that too much. Despite that miss, we should say is the most dangerous player in sports. Someone with nothing to lose, right? Jay Smithers has everything to lose. Everyone, not everyone, but most people watching, including some of the players, think this is Jay Smithers' tournament to lose. ECC, no one has him. Maybe his family. No one else has him thinking that he's going to win this tournament.
Well, we can see ECC had a little sip of his drink there to rehydrate. I know they're not on the actual golf course. They are in the virtual golf course. But still, it's very mental, this game. You've got to use your mental ability as well, which actually, in turn, becomes quite physical. We know that Jay Smithers will probably have a sip of coffee in a bit, because we know he loves to do that before a game.
And it sounds like they're talking to each other as well.
They're saying, how do you like your coffee? 2 sugars?
Jay Smithers 1 up through 3. I have had my fair share of coffee and energy drinks since traveling across the pond for this one, Gabby.
It doesn't show, Jeff.
I appreciate that. You were with me yesterday. It definitely showed. We have not seen that much in the rough off the tee is ECC.
OK, we're obviously on hole 4 here, but let's jump over to the other semi. We're going to switch over. Here's the double screen to Young 46 and F Magnets. Back to them too.
That was actually Jay Smithers in the rough, excuse me. Young 46 with this try for birdie at 6, match all square.
He said it was tricky.
And that's not an easy one coming back, but it doesn't matter because F Magnets wins that hole, and F Magnets now goes 1 up through 6. And he gets things started with a nice drive, obviously dealing with that fierce wind blowing to the left.
We know that Young 46 lost in the final to Golf X3 in the last BMW event, didn't he? So he'll very much be wanting this one.
And that is a nice drive from Young 46 just ahead of F Magnus. You're right. You know, we've talked a little bit about it, but Young 46 had been a name in the WGT community, and then the European eTour starts last year. And, you know, someone like Golf X3 maybe wasn't as loud in the community, wasn't streaming the same way that Young 46 did. And all of a sudden, you know, it was, oh, well, look at this guy who's winning all these events. You know, can Young 46 hang with him? And Young 46 was the only other player last season to win a tournament. So he did show that sort of skill, but he's still trying to prove that he's the top player in the world like he believes he is.
Oh, he must be pretty happy that Golf X3 isn't in contention, but also equally, F Magnets isn't someone you want to mess with.
No, and F Magnets now, I think he's finding his footing a little bit. I think that Burchie match threw him off just a bit, going 19 holes. But now, you know, we saw Young 46 went 1 up early, 2-hole wins recently for F Magnets, and now he's in the driver's seat 1 up, and with a shot like that on 7, putting the pressure on Young 46 early.
Seeing him lining up near the bunker there. I very much doubt we'll get a bunker shot, though. Instead, a shot quite close to the pin.
We want a hole-in-one and a bunker shot today, right? That's what.
I just want to see it. Okay, I love the beach. All right.
These guys are so good. They end up on almost everything light green throughout the day. Young 46 will putt first here. I don't think there's too much to this. Pretty flat putt, slight right to left break. And it goes. Oh, wow. F Magnets, too much gas, and Young 46 takes it right back. This has been a theatrical match already. 7 holes played, only 3 holes have been tied. But yet we're all square through 7.
They're giving us the drama we want. We've asked for it. Be interesting to see how it pans out in the back 9.
I think the last person that wants any drama right now is F Magnets. After that match against Burchie, he just wanted something a little bit less stressful, but Young 46 isn't going to let him have it. Because this is a short par 4 opportunity there, and Young 46 will have a great angle coming in at the pin.
We never said it would be an easy route to the final, did we?
We did not.
It's a difficult route to get here in the first place, from 50,000 down to 8 to 4. Who are going to be the final 2? How are you going to call it, Jeff?
I think it's going to be Young 46 versus Jay Smithers. I'm sticking with my Young 46 pick here. I think that the state of his game is better. He's finally going to get the best of F Magnets. And I think Young 46 against Jay Smithers, that's a matchup that has long been in the making for this championship. Those are 2 players who know each other very well, who have been veterans of the community, and have kind of seen themselves as mirror images of each other for a number of years.
And you can see the graphic there, as I mentioned earlier. If you've got any questions to ask Jeff, hashtag eTour. I wouldn't mind reading a few of those out. See how they compare to my questions.
I got to hear what the people have to say out there.
Yeah, we need the people's opinion. It's all about the people.
Young 46 winning the Nedbank Championship event last year. He beat Golf X3 in the final there. So we have not had a Young 46 versus Jay Smithers final.
So that's what you'll be wanting to see, is it?
That's what I want to see, just because, and maybe it comes from being on the American side of things and following the game for a few years on the American side, that those were, before Golf X3 broke in as kind of a quiet college student that people got to know, he is, those were the 2 guys. So it would be great to see them against each other in the final. I'm sure F Magnets has other thoughts. Yeah. Young 46 just inside. And this is a scary short putt. Look at that break, Gabby.
Is there much between the putting that we've seen so far?
No, and we're seeing Young 46 at least putt better this match than he did in that Luke D9 match. Maybe it was a loss of focus as he went 4 up through 8. But these players will need to stay focused all square through 7 so far.
I can't believe it. He's missed it. I can't believe it. You can't believe it. Can Young 46 believe it?
But like I said, there was so much red on the break. We're going to see it back from Young 46's view. He's a little bit in better position on that right side, closer to the slower blue break. But yeah, F Magnets, who was putting so well early on, kind of reverted to the way that he was putting down the stretch against Burchie. And you cannot miss 6-footers and expect to beat Young 46.
Get this one in.
Thank you.
17 seconds on the clock. Oh, and it's in. So I think from that moment, there is not much of a celebration there, but we're going to go to the other game, the other semi-final between ECC and, of course, Jay Smithers. We had a few technical difficulties there, as I mentioned before. So we'll be watching through the screen from the opponent there. So we're on hole 6, all square still in this one.
This is Jay Smithers hitting right now from ECC's point of view, and Jay Smithers has a heartbeat, and that's because Jay Smithers puts a nice shot below the hole. That's going to be in much better position than ECC, who's going to be putting from behind the pin. It looks like just maybe an inch downhill, so not as much as it initially looked, but you see that hard breaker left to right. And you can see, because of that, it's a 17-foot putt. ECC has the 30-foot putter out. It's playing it a little short, needs it to come on back, and it doesn't quite do so enough.
Do you reckon time plays into effect here for ECC? Because I know that he very much, uses more time. So he's been practicing with the 45-second timer. So do you reckon that plays into it here?
It for sure does. And ECC said in his pre-interview that he basically has to retrain some of his game to play with that 45-second timer. Jay Smithers is known as a field player, as he's putting right now, and he just has always kind of played that way. That's just the way that he plays the game, with a little bit more urgency, and it helps with a moment like that.
Okay, we're going to go off to the other game on the green on hole number 9. Young 46 back with F magnets.
This is a birdie try for F magnets, who's got to figure out the putter as we finish up the front 9.
Young 46 there, shaking his head.
And that's at least going to give F Magnet some confidence getting that putt. You see some maybe frustration on the other side from Young 46. This match going back and forth. And I think that was your prediction, Gabby. All square through 9. Let's just turn this into a 9-hole match on the back at Marion.
I did say, Jeff. Now maybe I'm the expert. You passed on your powers to me. Gift of the gab over here.
Gift of the gab. That's
like that?
Well played.
Well played, just like this drive, we hope.
Well, F Magnets again with that aggressive line. You see those trees on the left side. He's going, it looks like, to the left of the trees, trusting this drive. He's going to have to get some length on it. And how about that? On a par 4, it says 402 yards, but he takes the short route and just rolls it off the green and basically calls Young 46 out. If Young 46 was thinking about just hitting the fairway, let's see if this changes up his approach. And you see that even with that driver of 282, the way that the wind's blowing forward just a bit helps these competitors get it over the bunker and try to hit this fairway, this green, in just one shot.
So wind's your friend in this one, is it?
Wind is definitely your friend. If this was not downwind, as that is a great shot by Young 46. If he's able to keep that on the green. He's putting more uphill. That's going to help him a lot. Yes, if the wind was in their face, Gabby, I don't know if they would have gone for the green.
Well, we mentioned before, as well as cash on the line here, $5,000. There's also points as well. And then points will get them one step closer to the global finals in Dubai later on in the year. And the winner of this event will get $5,000. What do you make of the point system there?
Well, I think it's great. I think that it just provides another element to everything, and it makes every match matter because, for these two guys, even if they don't win the final, winning this semifinal match, I mean, that's another 1,000 points. The runner-up will get 3,000. Just getting to the semifinals gets you 2,000. So it's all about both making the global finals and for these two players who will almost surely be there, making sure that you're in the right seeding to potentially win the title.
And I know these players take it game by game, and I very much Luke D9 mentioned in last time out that he does take it game by game. He doesn't look too far ahead, which maybe...
That might be speaking like an 8 seed, with all due respect to Luke D9, because I can tell you that Young 46 was not looking at this game by game. He was looking at it immediately at F. Magnets or Burchie in the semis and Jay Smithers in the final. That's how he's been thinking about things this week. And, whatever works for you, I think, is the answer.
Well, that's it. And as we mentioned, F. Magnets lost in the last event to Jay Smithers in the final. So surely he'll be setting his eye and his peripheral vision to play Jay Smithers in the final. But again, shot by shot.
Jay Smithers battle lefties right now with ECC in our other semifinal match. It's happening over on Virtual Olympic Club. This is Virtual Marion. Young 46 just missing that for Eagle. And now they both have birdie putts. Magnets gets that to fall. Young 46 will tap this in, and this is why Young 46 couldn't have just taken it at the fairway on this hole. He had to go for the green because birdie would have just tied the hole.
He looked like he was having a little dance there, but we do know he has a ritual before the game. He likes to lift his hand up before a shot, so maybe that's what he was doing. Is that what you think, or he's showing us some of his moves?
Some dance moves, maybe. These guys turn to 11. This match not disappointing. We said it would be our featured match in the semifinals, and they've been so impressive. Both with a lot of fans in the chat. And how about that drive off of F. Magnets, well in the rough?
Well, we wanted to see a rough shot, didn't we? And we've got it. I'm sure it'll be the last.
And now let's see how Young 46 responds. Is he just going to try to hit the fairway? Is he going to try to get aggressive with this shot? You see the issue there, and there's a creek, so you really can't slip your finger on the mouse here. And Young 46 taking slight distance off the drive. He's trying to land it on that plateau to the right of the creek. And he does, but in the rough. Now these players have both calculated so much of the different areas that they could end up in. So if they're purposely ending up in the rough, they've done their research, and this is what they think is the best quality shot.
Well, this is what we say about thinking ahead.
The lie not great. You wonder if one of them should have stayed back in the fairway.
Yeah. Make it.
And it's a heartbeat moment for Young 46, who I think thought he had it. For a player that takes so long on the clock, he loves to just fast forward at the end of every shot, Young 46. And now this is where things get interested. This is where some of the strategy comes in. F. Magnets is going to play a punch shot that's going to go lower than perhaps what we saw from Young 46, and going to go lower than most shots. And part of it is he's trying to go right at the hole here. He took the pin out. And it's not bad, Gabby, but it's what, 5 to 7 times further than, probably 5 times further than where Young 46 is.
Or if Young 46 didn't hit that shot, we'd say it's a terrific shot.
For those watching, those wondering, those thinking, can I qualify for the next European eTour event, the Hero Open? Well, you got to have skill like these guys to compete for a title.
Well, as we said, I hope you're writing your notes.
And that's a good response by F Magnets.
And if you are looking to get involved, as we mentioned as well, it's wgt.com, and check out our social media platforms as well. eTour GG. You've got a long journey home, Jeff. I feel like you'd be getting involved.
Yeah, I've tried to qualify for a few events in WGT, and well, how do I put it? It hasn't gone well. It's been fun. I'm not exactly going to become a professional anytime soon, but I'll tell you, I have fun with the various events and have streamed a few in the past because, you know, it's also just interesting to play on these real high-level courses. Like we said, this is Marion. I mean, this is a course that has hosted 5 U.S. Opens back in my neck of the woods. That last one I talked about, 2013, Justin Rose winning by 2 shots over Phil Mickelson and Jason Day.
A lot of history at that course.
A lot of history in Philadelphia.
Well, I think I'm going to make history, actually, by trying to get involved myself, because we need a few women in the competition, I think.
There we go. And go to WGT.com if you're considering trying to qualify. Pretty simple there, WGT.com. This is a guy that qualifies in his sleep, Young 46, but usually he lets us in on that. He streams many of his qualification matches for WGT events, which you don't get a lot. But you get a glimpse into him, and you get a glimpse into his emotion right now. He said he thought it was so good, but you see that start to roll back, Gabby. And now maybe F Magnets will take an aggressive shot behind the pin and letting it roll back.
We also mentioned sleep not long ago there, Jeff, but a lot of these players are playing from all around the world, as we mentioned before. So, you know, time factor comes into this as well. They'll be playing at different times across the world, so surely that plays a part as well.
And a great shot coming in from F Magnets. He put topspin on this ball, and maybe too much. That's his frustration, because he put it behind the pin, and now he's going to have a fast putt coming back and didn't get the backspin that he wanted. At least he's on the green, though. Young 46 wants to putt this from off the green. Went back to the lob wedge to chip it.
Do you have done that there?
In real life, I definitely would have putted it. In WGT, I like to chip those. It's a little bit, you have more control. It might be harder to actually hole it out, but you have a little bit more control. And he did put that right next to the hole, but F Magnets with a big opportunity to take the lead on 12.
We see the tatters from the calculator there. I can hear that. You can see F Magnets getting his calculator out. This means a lot, this hole.
Giving us some side view of this. F Magnets looking from every which way. He's under 10 seconds. This is the type of play that you might see a timeout. And he's going to play it at the last second. And he's going to make it. F Magnets takes the lead through 12 holes, 1 up on Young 46.
He's right. It was one heck of a birdie.
Yeah.
He said he had 3 breaks to read there in that short putt. But all of a sudden, he's got the lead as we turn back with Jay Smithers. We're watching from ECC's.
He's just won another hole there. He's now 2 up. Jay Smithers against ECC, as we mentioned, on hole 11. 1 hole behind the other guys.
You're going to deal with, in remote play, you're going to deal with some technological issues. Jay Smithers, we know he's had a few today, but clearly has still found his groove 2 up through 11.
He's obviously got to concentrate on the game side of things in his performance as well. But when you've got all these other factors playing into, the equation, it must affect your concentration. But it obviously hasn't. He's 2 up.
Jay Smithers from Dixon, Illinois, just west of Chicago, Illinois.
I'm learning some geography from you today.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to say.
The Midwest, the central part of the United States, Illinois.
I'll tell you something about Jay Smithers. He likes to rub his beard. One is ritual. There you go. It's not quite geography, but like I said, he likes to drink a sip of coffee before and rub his beard. So he's probably got a coffee-smelling beard.
It's facial geography, in terms of...
Facial geography.
His face... Jay Smithers, such a, getting to know him, such a good guy, just, very supportive of other people in the community, very supportive of others getting involved in the community. I actually had a chance to connect with him, and I had streamed with an NBA player, Langston Galloway, who's a big fan of WGT, and he started playing with Jay Smithers. Jay Smithers was giving him some tips. This is a National Basketball Association player who's getting WGT tips from one of the best in Jay Smithers.
What about the facial geography tips? He didn't give you one of those for a beard, did he?
He didn't give me any beard tips. He's given me a lot of tips about the game, but he hasn't given me any beard tips, as he uses the slope off the left side to bring that closer into the pin. I think it's fun that we get a lefty-lefty matchup in this semifinal. Jay Smithers getting to know not the only lefty out here trying this, ECC. Pretty straightforward putt downhill for him. These are the semifinal matches in the BMW International Open, the second event of the European eTour series this season.
And it hasn't disappointed, has it? There's been some drama.
We have had some theatrics early. ECC, as Jay Smithers wraps that up, ECC had to go all the way to 18 holes to beat Kelsp by 1. That match was tied through 16. Big 17th hole win for ECC. And then that other matchup that really got our heart thumping in the first set of quarterfinals, Burchie against F Magnets, with F Magnets winning on the 19th hole.
And on the subject of F Magnets, we're going to go back to that game where, of course, he is facing Young 46 on the 14th there, as we see. Still all square. And obviously you mentioned him in the F Magnets in the previous game, and it seems to be like there's going to be a showdown in this one too.
F Magnets has played a lot of pressure WGT so far today. I don't know if he can take a final after this. I mean, we're all square through 13 of this one. These two players met in the semifinal of the last tournament, the Portugal Masters, and I believe that actually F Magnets won on the 5th. I want to say early on, won on with through 15 holes against Young 46. So this obviously will go longer than that, a much more even match.
So F Magnets clearly loves a marathon, doesn't he?
F Magnets might lose a little hair today, the way that his competition has gone. But I would say both these players have made their mistakes. They've had some great shots in this match. They've also made their mistakes.
Well, then he needs to get a hat like Young 46 then.
Thank you.
Young 46 told it to go, and it did.
Oh, there he is. It's not quite a dance, but he's doing a little stretch. Maybe Luke D9 giving us some personal training tips there.
They were on comms together.
Oh, and some...
Did I hear a little bit of a...
crack, yeah.
Wow. Young 46 says he's got 2 twin 17-year-olds, but they play baseball, not golf.
And he's helped coach, I believe, has he not?
I would love to see this guy coaching down the third baseline in baseball.
He'd be very supportive because he's been very complimentary to both the players that he's contested against today. So I reckon he's quite a supportive dad.
He might be supportive of F Magnets, but now this is a big opportunity for Young 46. F Magnets gave a little side eye to the camera. I mean, he's got just under 30 feet. Downhill 9.8, about 10 inches. This is going to be, well, how about this? A neck-breaking, back-breaking putt from F Magnets. He needs those personal training tips right now.
Absolutely. Oh! What a fantastic putt we've just seen there.
That is pure guts from F Magnets, seesawing it back at Young 46.
You see? Still complimenting him.
Absolute high-level world golf tour being played out here on the European eTour.
Conventional birdie.
Yeah, thought I had you on that.
He's doing his own live commentary there. Young 46. And as we mentioned, as well as points, and obviously he wants the title as well, F Magnets will be wanting that cash because he needs to renovate his house, I believe.
But I think that's a good reason to be out here trying to do this.
Which house, though? Because I know he flies between London and Brazil. Of course, he's got a Brazilian wife. And I know what that's like, not to have a Brazilian wife, but my mum's Brazilian and my dad's English. So
wow.
I know what the fire's like to have a Brazilian mother. So for you, the Brazilian wife, so I'm sure she's putting pressure on him to win this game.
Well, next time you're on a London to Rio flight, check over and see if F Magnets is on the plane. He keeps that on the left side of the fairway, and, well, that should give him a better angle in as you see that bunker off the right side. You don't want to have to go straight over that bunker. Trying to look at that wicker basket flag pin.
The animals can't get to it.
Way uphill, and he hates it. He hates it. It's going to roll back down a little bit, and F Magnets, such an even match so far. You don't want to leave the door open for Young 46. That ball's still rolling back.
Do you know what? He hasn't given much away, but right there, judging by his reaction, of course he's going to be disappointed. Oh, it's finally stopped.
And now this is the benefit of Young 46 driving the ball further. Not only does he hit second, but now he knows. He knows how difficult that putt is going to be for F Magnets. So he might play this maybe a little more conservatively, although you want to keep your foot on the gas.
What we want to know is, will it continue to be all square after that one?
Thank you.
And a heartbeat shot from Young 46, who puts it to just a few feet. Can F Magnets make another bomb?
I mean, he's a good putter. He's done it similar before. Can he do it on this one?
He removes the flagstick. He goes to the 100-foot power putter. more than a foot up the hill, 33 feet away. Very hard to judge the speed of this. Speed was not bad, Gabby, but it was just put out a little too far. As you see, it wraps all the way around the hole.
Better than expected.
Basically a boomerang, but that gives young 46 the chance he thought he was going to have on 14. On 15, he's now got a chance to go one up.
He should be making this putt, shouldn't he, Jeff?
He should, and I don't think this is going to be any problem for young 46. He looks like he's given it a firm bit of speed. It did break, but he gets it to go. And now, young 46, who lost just a couple months ago to F. Magnets on the 15th hole of their semifinal match of the Portugal Masters, he takes the one-hole lead going into 16.
Okay, so I believe we are going to go on to the other semi-final. They are on the 14th between ECC and, of course, Jay Smithers. We can see ECC is one down there. Not all squared like the other one that was before, which is no longer. So we've got both one down in each. Game on. So we're looking at another putt here.
This was a two-hole lead for Jay Smithers at one point, so ECC has kept himself in the match with a big birdie try here at 14.
He likes to wait to the very last few seconds, doesn't he?
Oh.
Maybe that's why.
Such a hard putt to judge that speed.
And again, hoping for another straightforward, of course. And there we are, is the birdie. And now we're back to 2 up.
ECC is going to be thinking about that putt. He's got to put it out of his head. He's down 2 with 4 still to play. But that was a missed opportunity to keep pace with Jay Smithers.
What are your reactions like then, Jeff, when you're having a go? How do you tend to be? Because these guys are quite composed, as I've mentioned. Nothing too dramatic going on there, but how do you respond in these situations when you're down and you should have got a...
Probably more anxiously than they do.
Right,
probably,
okay.
as that's a great shot there. Right in with a heartbeat, spinning away from the hole from Jay Smithers. I'd say, I just said there was the shot, F. Magnets had a poor approach shot, and I said that now young 46, maybe he'll play this conservatively, maybe he'll think I just need to, but really when you think about it, it shouldn't change his approach because these guys are trying to birdie every hole. He should stay aggressive if he wants to have a chance to win the hole. So I think my strategy would be wrong from a personal level, and you just have to keep playing your game. Unless something happens on the green, really you need to stick to your strategy all the way to putting.
Well, that seems to be what Jay Smithers is doing, because, of course, he won the Portugal Masters, the last event, the first one on the tour for this season. And he'll be looking to do this one and get this one in the bag too, which would put him in good stead for the global finals, wouldn't it?
It would. I mean, if Jay Smithers, mathematically speaking, if he wins, you basically almost put yourself surely in the global finals. He would have 10,000 points, 5,000 and 5,000 if he is able to win again today. And right now, you'd be really hard-pressed to find someone who wouldn't tell you that Jay Smithers is playing the best in the world.
10,000 points and £10,000, and I believe he hasn't actually spent any of that money that he won in Portugal. He's holding on to that. It must be a rather expensive, was it Golden Retriever?
It was a Golden Retriever for his wife that he's talking about using that money for, and there is a time expired, a warning to ECC, so he has to use one of his 5 timeouts, which we should explain. You don't really get that 5th timeout. If you have to take that 5th timeout, that's it. So you have 4 timeouts to use, and now I think things are getting a little dicey for ECC. The fact that he's using that much time down to, could go 3 down with 3 to play if he doesn't get a response here.
But we said before, he likes to use that time, doesn't he? That extra time.
He does, and he's trying to reteach himself how to deal with that 45-second timer, and it might take some time, ironically, for him, as there again, too much speed. That's the second straight hole. He's missed a left-to-right putt on the left side.
Game face on there for Jay Smithers. He hasn't reacted to that one.
He's got this from 10 feet. And we, everything's kind of going on schedule, right? We said Jay Smithers would have a bit of the easier time on his side of the bracket. He was able to get that first victory, and now he's 3 up again with 3 to play. He's dormy in this match. ECC will have to win the next 3 holes to continue on. So with that, why don't we get back to this one? Gabby, Young 46 and F Magnets. Young 46 is 1 up as they tee off on 17. This 17th hole, a downwind par 3, 239. I see a 3-wood in Young 46's hands for the time being. He's got 30 seconds to make some calculations. And this thing is going to fly 19 feet downhill, 11 to 13 miles per hour downwind. Said Young 46 says he adds about 4.5 yards.
Get up. Get up.
I believe for each mile per hour of wind.
They were all square for so long. It was just about a matter of time to see when one of them would go 1 up. It is, in fact.
6 yards of 4.5 yards of distance for every 10 yards of wind is what he says.
I mentioned before F Magnets as well, the GOAT of the WGT. He's the career earning leader in the game, which is why he's probably got that title, isn't he?
Well, I don't know if it's self-proclaimed. He says many describe him as the GOAT, but...
Well, I'm going to describe him as the GOAT as well.
And it's a fair... He's made so much money from the game, it's fair. He might have a hole-in-one right here. F Magnet's getting the heartbeat right at the flag stick. But what I will tell you, Gabby, is he's got to win. He's got to win a European eTour event to live up to that nickname.
Every time we mention him as the GOAT, he's hit a beautiful shot. So maybe we just keep saying it. Or maybe I keep saying it.
He's definitely, no one's going to say he's not one of the best players out there, but, that win can be so elusive. And he was able to get to the final at the Portugal Masters and really, gave it a run, was able to get past Young 46 in the semifinals, lost to Jay Smithers there, but now he's got to respond on one of these 2 holes. And this is probably it, considering where he's playing. We saw F Magnets make a bomb early on. Can Young 46 do it? Not exactly.
His putting has been pretty strong throughout the course of today.
He'll still want to have those 2 holes back, 17 and 18 against Burchie, despite the fact that he won the match. He still wants that back. Needs to get it out of his head, because this putt here would be so crucial, sending this to an all-square match to the 18th hole.
And there we are, he hears us again.
2 of the best battling it out in an instant classic, tied up as we go to the final hole, the 18th hole at Merion. A spot at the finals for the BMW International Open on the line, and Gabby, points for that global finals, European eTour Series points on the line. How about money on the line too? No pressure.
Too much to play for in this one. 18th, all square. I cannot believe we're going into this again. F Magnets cannot believe it as well.
I can promise you the two of us will not get paid more or less, depending on the outcome of this match. But for them, it is their medal that will be judged. F Magnets with a good start. 525 yards, wind in their face.
And news had just come in that Jay Smithers has in fact won the other semi-final. Amazing scenes there. Cannot wait to potentially chat to him in a bit. But these guys don't know that just yet. Concentration right on this game. And that's what you expected, wasn't it?
That is what I expected. I expected Jay Smithers. I had Jay Smithers and Young 46. You can call it chalk, the two top seeds playing each other. But F Magnets, it's not done. Right now we've got long approach shots on 18. This is a 3-wood from 243 out, wind in his face. Got to get it there. Got to get it there. And that is a beautiful attempt that continues to roll a little bit too much. And that's going to be a difficult downhill chip. Young 46 doing his calculations right now. This tee shot was so critical. Those 2 yards make such a difference. 243 in, 3 yards, excuse me. 243 in was what F Magnets had. Young 46 has 240 in. He's going to have to figure out a little bit of how to play his 3-wood right now. And I'm not surprised to see Young 46 with putting backspin on the ball. That's going to be, you see him fine-tuning the backspin. That's going to be the difference with this 3-wood. It doesn't get a lot of spin. We just saw F Magnets roll through the green. Young 46 trying to keep this on the green. And roughly in the same place. Earlier we had a putting contest. How about a chipping contest?
It just couldn't get closer than that, could it?
And it's going to be Young 46 actually first to play. We saw him go back and forth just off the green earlier between a putter and a wedge. That might be the difference between a shot in the finals of the BMW International Open right now. It looks like he thought about. He's judging every angle of this, and don't be surprised if he uses a timeout. He likes the lob wedge. He's going to go with the lob wedge. He's going to have to get this
the last second there.
Down the hill, and it's a crisp chip.
Well, how will F Magnets do the same?
F Magnets with a shot to make the finals against Jay Smithers. He can win for the 4th time on the eTour against Young 46 for the 2nd consecutive semifinal. Can he do it? It looks like he wants to putt this, the opposite of what Young 46 did. It's going to be an uphill putt.
Well, he knows he loves putting so much, so no chipping for him.
It's an excellent stroke, but is it in the hole from F Magnets? Just missing.
We're just going to be hanging off the edge of our seats that little bit longer.
And I think F Magnet's so frustrated because if he missed for any reason, he expected it to be the speed, but the speed was great. It was the actual break that he misread. And these two tap in. We see Evan Cook, ECC in the chat, said, did my best, but too many mistakes. Very well played, Josh. Jay Smithers, go get that back-to-back win. Well, we have playoff free golf. Gabby, extra golf for these virtual golf. The 19th hole, Young 46 and F Magnets.
F Magnets must be feeling it right now. For the 2nd time, we've got the playoff golf.
This is the 38th hole for F. Magnets. He's British. Young 46 is American. 2 of the 6 nationalities that we have in this tournament.
We've had right diverse field, haven't we? And it's been great to have everyone, you know, from different countries and backgrounds getting involved in the competition. And Germany, England, Canada and USA.
And Lebanon.
Of course. A Lebanese, I should say, living in Nigeria.
So we have covered, in some sort of way, if you include F. Magnets, who's British but lives in Brazil, we've covered every continent, it feels like, on the globe. I don't know when we're going to get a player from Antarctica. Our production team, maybe you can get on that.
Well, you know how to get involved if you are watching from Antarctica, WGT.com.
Just more geography for you today, Gabby.
It really is. My head's a world map.
Now, this is much different than that last hole. Remember those second shots they were playing on the 18th at Merion, 240 yards away? Now we're on this 19th hole, and 89 yards. So you got to be a little more fine-tuned with your shot. Young 46 didn't hit it as accurate as he wanted, but he gets the heartbeat. And he puts it within a couple feet. Still didn't like it that close. Wanted to put it even closer. F. Magnets from just 85 yards out. Flagstick out. Drama heightened. And just delaying the swing, delaying and putting this shot on the green, but a little too far. Not getting a heartbeat, a little further than he would have liked. A little further than Young 46. Still a very makeable putt.
There he goes. Calculator out again. I see him doing that live.
And you see that's so important to try to rush to do that as quickly as possible, because those 45 seconds will start almost right away when you are the one that takes that shot and you're the furthest from the hole.
So is it right in saying you've got to be good at maths to play the game?
Well, we've seen some engineers in the field, right? You know, we know that we have... So I'd love to know what Young 46 did in the Navy as F. Magnets gets this to go. Maybe he was... I'm imagining Young 46 in a submarine doing some math of some sort.
Maybe the submarine engineer.
And it's just 4.5 feet, but it is a pressure cooker, 4.5 feet putt. Young 46 to send this to a 20th hole.
I just can't take it anymore, Jeff.
Well, we still have the final to
Can't
go.
breathe.
Winner of this gets Jay Smithers. Right to left breaker for Young 46. They've played 3 times in the past. F. Magnets has won all 3. They played in the semifinal of the Portugal Masters. F. Magnets won that. Young 46 gets that to go. Let's go to 20 holes.
Like
Do you know what
he's won all 3, but will he be winning his 4th?
Do you know what is the longest match in WGT golf history?
Tell me.
I don't know.
Oh, there we go. This one?
But we might be witnessing it here today.
Well, you wanted to make history. You've given us enough history about all the courses, so here we have it. Young 46 will be wanting this for more reasons than one. To be getting that win against F. Magnets. Obviously, he's lost the last 3, as we mentioned.
Would be big redemption here for
is,
Young 46.
Absolutely. Big drive there.
All right.
They've got their thinking caps on.
And now this is very different than those last 2 holes. This is a par 5. This is back at the 2nd hole at Merion now. So you can't get in 2 here. And we see it's going to be a punch shot that Young 46 plays. He just wants to keep himself in the fairway for that 3rd shot. This is F Magnets off to the right. That's why Young 46 played the punch shot. Didn't want to bring any trouble in there, but it works out for F Magnets, who keeps it on the fairway and will have a great angle coming in at the pin. But Young 46 may be a better angle from the left side, even though he's a little bit further back.
So, Jeff, how long have you got to be practicing to reach these two's level then?
Oh, my. I mean, you know, these guys have been at it for years. I'm not saying that you can't pick up the game and get to this level if you really practice in the right way and you figure out, like we hear, the calculations and understand the golf aspect of it, as Young 46 drills that one in there close and feeling good. But, you know, you really have to understand that these players are practicing, many of them every day, some of them for 1 to 2 hours, some to 4 to 5 hours, really putting in the work to get here. And if you're someone like Young 46, you're doing that while raising two 17-year-old twin boys.
Yeah, a lot of work. Double shifts.
Boys, do your homework. Dad's got to practice.
It's interesting, as Young 46 believes, well, he thought pre-match that Jay Smithers would win. That was his prediction. But he also said that Jay Smithers practices a lot more. So I don't know if that's almost a bit of reverse psychology there. You're brushing it off, making him feel like a bit of the underdog.
There's a nice play by F Magnets, keeping that ball below the hole. It looks at least like he's going to be away.
There goes the calculator again.
Well, and you see how much work goes into just a short putt like this, right? This is just under 6 feet. Doesn't even have that much break, but he's doing that to judge really with the inches, with the slope, how he needs to, the power that he needs to hit this putt with. Oh my goodness, F Magnets almost slid that thing off the table.
Well, whatever he's typing in the calculator, it's doing it justice.
These guys trust their math more than anything. Jay Smithers getting a lot of scouting right now.
When will this game end? We don't want it to, of course. The showdown, just a reminder, we're on to the 21st here. Par 3, this one, all squared. And there's a lot on the line here because both players are looking to get to the final of the BMW International Open 2021.
It's a number you don't see a lot in golf. 21 holes we're at right now.
21 holes in 2021. You don't see that a lot too.
Well, we'll see if they turn it all the way to 2022. We're almost halfway through the year right now. And F Magnets, who's now playing, let me do some quick math of my own, his 40th hole of the day, and it seems like he's almost getting better as he was able to hit a perfect stroke there. And here it comes, Gabby. $100,000 prize pool on the line this season of the European eTour.
That is a number I'd like to see on the calculator.
These guys likely to take home a big chunk of it each. It's a long 256-yard par 3. Driver out right now. Now he goes to a 3-wood. That could get interesting as Young 46, I think, is going to rely on this 3-wood. He hits it 242, 256, but he's got some wind helping. And his reaction says it all. I think that it went almost bounced in the hole, but just rolls past. I believe he's the inside. Oh, no, he's still coming down the hill. It looks like they're going to have similar putts, but Young 46 is going to go first.
Well, we can talk a bit about that cash. Obviously, as we mentioned, $100,000 on the line here, big prize pool. And I believe Golf X3 is obviously not qualified for this event. Won up to almost $50,000.
He had an outstanding year last year, able to to carve out a big chunk of that. He'll be getting nothing from this event. We said Golf X3, you'll probably see him the rest of the season. You'll probably see him in that grand finals as one of the 8 competitors, but this money being divvied up between the other guys right now. And F Magnets, who already made a final, Jay Smithers, who already made a final, Young 46 in his second semifinal, they're grabbing the pot right now.
Well, Young 46 was the only one, you know, that won on that eTour. Golf X3 took away the rest.
And Young 46 hit an excellent stroke exactly as he wanted, but he couldn't get it to fall. And now F Magnets with a chance. He already saw the line. F Magnets with a chance to get to another final. Such a tough putt when it's downhill. 6 inches.
So much on this one putt. Will pressure get to him?
And he's trying to slow play it, but just couldn't do so.
They both want the game to go on. They don't want it to end.
I'll tell you what, both of these guys deserve to be in the finals. There will not be, we know that we will have a deserving finalist to take on Jay Smithers. They both brought their A game once again, and it's just really hard for either of them to gain any separation.
I don't think Young 46 can believe it himself. I think he thought he almost lost it there.
Young 46 decked out in the gaming Tiger Woods look, right? With that red shirt, black hat. I hope he's got black pants and black shoes to go with it.
He's got the mental strength, we know that. Well, if you're just tuning in, we're on to hole 22 in the final showdown for the semi-final between Young 46 and F Magnets. Loads on the line here because both of them want a chance to face Jay Smithers in the final of the BMW International Open 2021. All square here. Young 46. Tee shot, doing the drive.
And the slightest of misses with the accuracy or the power could be the difference in this one. Both are going to be in good positions right now. A long par 5, a second par 5 that they played on the playoff holes. You see 360 yards to the pin. No one's getting there in 2, but watch out for that crevice down at the end of the fairway.
I know, Jeff, you thought it was going to be a tight game, but did you expect it to get to 22 holes?
I didn't. I just thought that F Magnets didn't have it today. You know, seeing the way that he let Burchie come back and force a playoff in that first match and the way that Young 46 was able to qualify for this event as the #1 seed, you know, I really thought that it was going to be Young 46's day. F Magnets, I mean, just his luck. He's lost 3 semifinals and 2 finals in his eTour career. He comes so close. You have to imagine, Gabby, there's a level of frustration with him that he just wants to get over the hump.
Absolutely, but the best players, unfortunately, need to really nail it in them pressured situations, in them pressured games.
You need to give him that pep talk.
Yeah,
Someone needs to give him that pep talk.
He'll be like, who's this amateur talking to me?
Both are going to have 100 yards in on this third shot here. If you're just joining us, this is the second semifinal. Winner gets Jay Smithers in the BMW International Open Championship. We're on to the 4th playoff hole. We're on to Young 46 from 94 yards out, playing a sand wedge, an excellent stroke, a heartbeat stroke with no flag pin, and almost down in the hole.
Yep, he knows that. He gave himself a blink of approval there.
He at least feels right now he won't lose the hole, right? He feels like at the very least F Magnets will hit a good shot and they'll both birdie and move on to the next. And that's where, you know, that's the breath that you can take. Well, F Magnets has to convert here.
I did call you Jinxie Jeff. So if you just jinxed it by saying that and preempting what's going to happen, eh?
Well, it's a heartbeat. Could it go down for F Magnets, though? Could it be in the hole? Oh my goodness!
So close! We've been waiting for that hole-in-one. It was just a few inches off.
F. Magnets can't, he didn't even react. He was just inches, less than inches.
Wow, what a showdown that would have been.
Millimeters. For my friends not from the United States. Unbelievable. And young 46, I said that he had this hole, at least he would have the hole. What an opportunity for F. Magnets to almost hole out to go to the final. And you have to keep your composure, Gabby, right? F. Magnets has had a roller coaster of emotions in 2 matches now, the Burchie match and the Young 46 match. They're going to a 5th playoff hole. He has to maintain his composure. He should be feeling great about that last shot and where his game is as this match has progressed.
And I don't want to look too far ahead, but if F. Magnets was going to qualify through to the final, what happens if that happens again? Do you think he has one in him to do it the 3rd time round?
I just don't know, especially the way that Jay Smithers is playing. If you can keep Jay Smithers around and expect to get that victory, because the margin for error is even slimmer right now against Jay Smithers.
Well, he lost out to Jay Smithers last time, so he'll be looking to get one back, his own back, and claim his title.
So at least 5 times F. Magnets has made at least the semifinal. He's gone home without a championship trophy in all 5 of those. Young 46 does have a title last year in the Ned Bank.
Well, he'll be needing to take home that trophy, and when he's renovating his house, he can put it up on his new shelf, maybe.
These two have met 3 times in the past on the eTour. F. Magnets 3-0 in those matchups, which is surprising considering Young 46 having, I believe, the better record of the 2 overall in the European eTour.
So Young 46 with a better record, and between the 2, F. Magnets. So again, we've got the tightest game so far, and also some tight records there too, haven't we?
It's just unbelievable, and I see the chat getting into this right now because you are watching an instant classic right now.
What's the chat saying then, Jeff? What people tuning in?
There are some people going nuts right now. There are some people saying everyone needs to calm down. I think it's the same way we're saying that the players need to keep their composure. There are some fans that I think are trying to keep everyone's composure. You could be as loud as you want at your home right now. These players can't hear you. Get into it. Get up. We want to hear who you think is going to finally take this one out. Young 46 or F. Magnets. Young 46 right now with an approach from 182 out. It's an excellent shot, but no heartbeat. So he hit it as he wanted, but leaves himself too much as it rolls back down the hill. Now, we've seen Young 46 chip a lot of these from right off the green. I think this is different because of that slope that's up the hill. This will be such a hard chip to land and keep close to the pin. You're going to have to choose if you want to run it into that slope or run it past. Now he takes out the 60. I think this is an interesting shot if he decides to flop this. He's going to pitch it.
There goes that showdown music. Will it be for the very last time, though?
Just 6 seconds. He goes after it and just missed the chip. And he knows how close he was. Another chance now for F. Magnets to end this match. Big left to right breaker, Gabby. Uphill, though. We've seen a lot of downhill putts from F. Magnets.
Will it be 23 and out, or will it be 23 and over to the next hole?
Interesting view that F. Magnets has chosen to stay back on this. He wants to let it come off the slope.
Oh, he cannot believe what he's just seen.
Yeah, that was pretty close. A little too close.
A little too close, he just says there.
Maybe not as complimentary as young 46 was 22 holes ago or so. Not a gimme here. Just about 3 feet for young 46. Who needs to take a breath and just drop this in and head on to another hole. I see a lot of people thought F. Magnets was going to be able to get that in there, but he was unable to do so. And F. Magnets is going to be thinking about those 2 putts he had, 2 opportunities he had in the playoff to beat young 46, but he's let young 46 stay in this one. So now we go to a 6th playoff hole. They might play the whole course twice.
I feel like we're playing the whole course twice, Jeff. But equally very exciting stuff.
We've let a couple of years have come off our lives in the last hour or so of this match. Young 46 against F. Magnets. And when you factor in, I mean, these two played the second batch of quarterfinals. That started around 5 o'clock Central European time. I mean, they've been at this now for almost 3 hours. They've been playing nonstop. Excuse me, they actually started even earlier than that. It's been almost over about 4 hours of straight WGT for them.
We haven't seen them leave the room, only for a short second, to let off some frustration, perhaps, and come back in. There's a few questions I want to ask around that, but I won't.
This is a heartbeat shot from F. Magnets. Is this what he finally needs to put himself over the edge? Sticks that just behind the hole.
Shot.
And there we are, of course. It's like deja vu. He's still complimenting away. We're on to the 24th hole and he's still complimenting when so much is on the line. I love that from young 46.
Well, he's complimenting because he still has a chance to respond. And that's going to be... He needs something big here. Because this is what we talked about before when it was flipped, that young 46 could feel what F. Magnets feels right now, that he'll at least tie the whole F. Magnets. So young 46 gets the heartbeat. Can he keep it inside? He keeps it below the hole, and you heard what F. Magnets said. Young 46 is going to be further away, but F. Magnets just said it's a better place to be. Uphill 4 inches makes it an easier putt. Just like IRL golf, when you're putting uphill, you have a greater opportunity to control the putt. You can give it more pace. You can keep it, even if you miss, it'll be right next to the hole.
Do you prefer an uphill putt?
So young 46, it looked like he had a little eye roll that he almost missed it, but he gets that to go. And now F. Magnets to continue on the match. Big breaker. F. Magnets doing ferocious calculations, says good grief at the putt, which I believe in British English, Gabby says, uh-oh.
You're not wrong there. Perhaps we'll ask F. Magnets when he's not in this game mode, game zone.
A lot of red in this break. This is why sometimes it's better to be in the right spot as opposed to being closer. He's going to use one of those timeouts right here.
Well, we've got a lot of red everywhere. Young 46's T-shirt, F. Magnets' face.
I know it's been 24 holes and it's been a long time, but if there was ever a timeout that was justified, I think it's right there. Because
Absolutely.
F. Magnets is going to take all the time that he needs to judge this putt, to extend the match.
Well played.
Good game.
Wow. F. Magnets just over the side, and young 46 is headed to the final of the BMW International Open, and we're going to have an absolute showdown between Young 46 and Jay Smithers, two of the greats in this game.
Well, Young, how are you feeling?
Like I'm about to have a coronary.
Young, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. How are you feeling? How are you doing after that one? Such a long showdown there, so you must be feeling over the moon.
Yeah, I got to use the bathroom pretty bad. So that started on about hole 12. Yeah, no, it was a heck of a match. Mags, I thought I had him on, I think it was 14 or 15. He made a phenomenal putt. I knew I'd had that putt I had several times, so I knew I was going to make it. And then he dropped like a 30-footer. He just made so many good putts. He missed some short putts, but it's typical F Magnets. He played great. That's why he's one of the best in the game for a reason.
And before you get up from that chair, we have to ask Jay Smithers, coming up in the final. You guys have known each other, been such big parts of this community for so long. How does it feel to actually get to play him in a final here on the European eTour?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm not going to take it easy on him. So he knows that. We're going to go hard, and we're going to compete, and it should be a lot of fun.
Well, Young 46, we look forward to seeing you in that final, but of course we need to talk to F Magnets as well. F Magnets, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Of course, there you are. Yes, I can hear you well and fine with that lovely British accent right there. Commiserations to you. Not one you want to be missing out on, but you played an excellent game.
Well, not really. It was terrible. I think I had 4 or 5 impossible putts just to stay in the match because I was playing so badly. 3 missed putts on the front there were horrendous. But Jason was solid as always, and that chance I had on the third extra hole, I should have done better with that. We both had the same putt in the first 18 holes. I thought I had the line. I thought I knew it. Didn't take any time over it and just hit it.
Yeah, well, F Magnets, I was just saying, you've been so close so many times, but you've just missed out again then. So how does that feel when you were so close?
It's not that disappointing, actually. I felt horrendous in the first match and really quite bad at the start of the second. Hitting a lot of missed hits, some terrible putts. I couldn't see the line on the putts, so I really wasn't expecting that much out of today. So just to fluke it through the first match was a bit of a miracle. I haven't felt this way in any eTour games before, so hopefully I can relax a bit more next time and enjoy them a bit more, because this was awful today.
Well, F Magnets, thank you so much. You've been a true sport, and we'll hope to see you again next time, where you can improve your house renovations as well. Well, that's it. We have a final. We know our finalists.
It feels like that should be it after 24 holes, but now we go to the final. It's Young 46 and Jay Smithers, and you just heard Young 46 say it. He's not going to take it easy on his friend, his long-time, this is, you could say, a long-time friendship, long-time rivalry, 2 of the faces of WGT, especially in the United States. Young 46 and Jay Smithers, the only 2 competitors other than Golf X3 to win before. Someone is getting their second title on the European eTour today. Is it going to be Jay Smithers, who has been so strong for so many of the last few weeks, Gabby, winning that tournament, the Portugal Masters, or is it Young 46 who just grinded out a gutsy win over F Magnets?
Well, I cannot wait to see that final, which will be underway shortly. But first, let's take a look at some of the shots from the Portugal Masters.
Has Jason done it? Oh, look at that. In the back of the cup. When you make those tough putts, that'll just give him confidence. That'll have hurt the Chef US. Oh, he's called it. That is absolute sauce. If this goes in, that is sauce on toast. Oh my God. That's a moment. We'll be replaying that moment for the rest of the tour. Jay Smithers has got himself one up. This long-range putt from Jay Smithers, and he looks so calm and collected. And these are the sort of putts that we do see. Oh, he's done it again. We call him the Tiger Woods of the eTour. He wears the red shirt, but it's really because he does things like that. It's a real opportunity. We know that Golf X3 is in closer, but we don't yet have a look at his line. He's timed it perfectly. Did he get the right read? If he did, it's in. Oh, he knew it. He knew it. I thought he was going to miss left, and it leaped back towards the hole. Massive putt. Has he made it? I mean, it's not even close to missing the hole. Has he made it? He's not missing those, Rach. He's timed it perfectly. Did he get the right read? I didn't think that was going to drop. He likes the read. Going for it. He's timed it perfectly. Did he get the right read? If this goes in, I'll eat my hand. Jay Smithers from 31 feet up the hill. In his form, you wouldn't back against him, sure. On its way. He's timing it perfect. It's a little bit too further. It's coming in now, though. Oh, he's hold it! He does hold it! Oh, you're going to move!
Well, we've got two of the biggest dogs in the final in Jay Smithers and, of course, young 46 as well. Is that what you expected, Jeff?
It's what I expected. They were the two top seeds. I understand that's chalk, but they are playing the best World Golf Tour right now, and they are so similar. They're almost mirror images of each other. They've been at this for so long. They know each other's game. This is going to be an absolute classic coming up.
Okay, well, who do you think you can edge it? Come on, I want to hear your...
Well, I think Jay Smithers has to be the favorite right now, just because of the way he played. You just saw those highlights from the Portugal Masters. He won the Portugal Masters. He is playing so well, but look at how even these two are. They have both played 24 eTour matches. One has 16 wins, one has 15. Young 46, I believe, actually has a draw in there, so he's that close to having the same amount of wins. These two guys just so similar in so many ways in terms of their demeanor. Now, they play different sorts of games. Jay Smithers, he's more of a field player. Young 46 is so calculated. Young 46 is going to take chances at pins, maybe where Jay Smithers won't. But whatever Jay Smithers is doing right now, especially his putting has been absolutely extraordinary. He should just keep going with that and he'll get the victory, because right now he is the man in the entire world to beat in this video game.
Okay, well, we've spoken with young 46 before, and now we're going to be chatting to Jay Smithers ahead of the final. Jay Smithers, welcome. You've been waiting there behind the scenes, obviously not with us, but we'd like to know how you're getting on, how you're feeling going into this final.
I feel great going into the final. Played two very good matches, been putting real well today, so hopefully we can continue that trend.
You, of course, have such a history, so many years of this game with Young 46. How do you feel about how your games match up with each other, and what's happened when you guys have played head-to-head in the past?
We have played a lot of matches against each other, and I think they're fairly even. We both, win our fair share, and a lot of them are very, very close. So I'm expecting much of the same here for the final match.
Okay, and Jay Smithers, one from me here. I know that your wife was expecting a golden retriever. Are you going to be giving her that golden retriever?
Well, I got to finish the job here before we can talk about a dog. I already got two dogs, so, we'll see. We'll see.
You can't call your wife that, Jay Smithers. How rude.
Oh, ouch.
Well, that's just the cherry on top. He already has two dogs there. We didn't realize that before.
Yeah.
You've got a farm almost in there then. You'll have 3 dogs in total.
I have 2 dogs and 5 kids here in my house, so it's an adventure every day.
Well, I'm sure they're all cheering you on, so I wish you the best of luck in the final, Jay Smithers, and of course you'll be taking on young 46. Wow, he seems very calm and collected there, doesn't he?
How does he have time to practice? With all those kids and dogs and whatever farm and community, as you said, he's raising that house. But whatever, like I said, whatever he's doing is right. He seems like he has a lot of confidence right now. They both have a lot of confidence, but only one is going to get their second victory on the European eTour.
Okay, we've made it. We're here through to the final of the BMW International Open 2021. We've had some amazing games and showdowns in the semi-finals. Oh, there they are, congratulating each other.
3-2. Oh man, Evan, he made some putts, dude. Like, he made some crazy good putts.
Now, Jay Smithers, the internet connection that we're getting on him, it is what it is.
Maybe it's because his 5 kids are using all the Wi-Fi. Do you not think that might be the thing?
That might be it. He's got to tell him to turn it down. But so we will probably watch a lot of Jay Smithers' shots through the lens of Young 46 and what he's seeing as a fellow competitor. You heard it there. They talked about, Jay Smithers just talked about in that interview, they have played a lot of WGT against each other, a lot of WGT, and he said it's been pretty even. So that's saying something after Young 46 came off a very easy 24-hole match against F Magnets.
Well, we know that Young 46 predicted that. Well, his prediction was his favourite is actually Jay Smithers.
I'm sorry, it was early.
He was saying that Jay Smithers practices a lot, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. Well, here they are having a brief chitter-chatter.
I think that's a little bit of reverse psychology or Jedi mind trick from Young 46 because I know I've talked to him and he thinks he's the best player in the world. He thinks that no one out there can beat him at any time. I know he said in the notes, he said, maybe I haven't been practicing as much as Jay Smithers, but I do not believe you for 1 second, Young 46, that you don't think you're the best player in this competition.
Well, he says he hasn't been practicing as much, but he's had enough of practice in these games, going to 24 holes in the last one, hasn't he?
He just had a lot of pressure cooking work, and also, look, Jay Smithers, he's finding time to practice with 5 kids and 2 dogs, maybe 3 dogs soon. As this shot from Jay Smithers has a heartbeat to it, and he won't need a long putt there, just behind the hole.
What a way to start it off, eh?
And we are playing the final at Olympic Club.
Your favourite?
I said this is where I want to play. Last hosted a major in 2012.
I meant to miss thing the other way.
Didn't turn at all.
Start there.
U.S. Open won by Webb Simpson by 1 stroke for Graham McDowell and Michael Thompson as Young 46 just burns the edge on the left side.
I would have gladly taken it.
Had to play 24 freaking holes, man.
Yeah, well.
That was crazy.
We can tell these two are obviously good friends as well, aren't they? So they've got that respect for each other, which is nice to see, as well as obviously wanting to win such an important and crucial final, and then crucial points as well. It's like I said, it's nice to see that they can have that back and forth
I was like,
and that good sportsmanship.
I can breathe.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if Young 46, I mean, that was right off of that last match that he just played 24 holes. Maybe there's a little bit of tired nerves after that, losing the first hole. But you cannot give Jay Smithers 1 inch in this final. Jay Smithers coming off the Portugal Masters win, trying to make it 2 wins in 2 events this season.
Fourth hole, dude. I went in trees that I didn't even know existed on the course. It was so bad.
And it's funny you hear them talking about getting eTour drivered. Remember that these players are all using the same equipment out here, which is very important for the spirit of fair play.
Absolutely.
But it's different than what they use in some other WGT events where they can use their own equipment.
It's important to keep it fair, though, isn't it?
Listen, that is the reason that when we have these European eTour events, we actually get really to see the best players of the world compete on the most even playing field and give us the most theatrical action, which we just saw in that 24-hole semifinal.
Yeah, good shot there.
Do you know it'd be quite interesting to see, not the virtual players, the players on the actual European Tour, playing with all of the same clubs. I wonder how that would pan out.
You might be onto something. I don't know if the sponsors would agree with you,
Well,
Gabby,
I was just going to say.
For the sake of competition, it's not a bad idea.
Not bad.
we're watching Jay Smithers through the point of view of Young 46. Jay Smithers winning that first hole. Young 46 with a great approach shot here on number 2.
Holy cow.
It's going to make Jay Smithers work to try to bounce back.
That's fun.
And Jay Smithers well behind the hole. He might have to chip that. He's on the fringe. Good opportunity for Young 46 to balance the match.
I'm feeling the tension on this putt already.
Just a long putt, an excellent stroke from Jay Smithers, but such a long attempt and a little bit too long. As he speeds that by the hole.
And what about this putt?
Young 46, just 8 feet. These are the opportunities that if you don't convert, it's really hard to argue you deserve to be here. To be at this level in the finals. And obviously Young 46 deserves to be here. I think this will be a good barometer, Gabby, of where his head is at after that 24-hole match against F Magnets.
Well, Jay Smithers had a short break, didn't he, to kind of get himself together, where Young 46 went straight into the finals. So that's, again, it's got to be tough.
That's got to be tough. Also, you heard Jay Smithers talk about he was watching that match. He said some of those putts F Magnets hit were huge to Young 46. Young 46 drills that putt, and we go 1-1. We're all square through 2.
We love being all square, don't we, at the BMW International Open 2021. And on the subject of all square as well, there's not much between these two, as we mentioned at the beginning, but it is an all-American final.
I said, I expected, as much as I said this was the final that I expected, I figured while I'm here, a non-American would win. But it turns out that they do meet each other. They've actually met on the eTour before, and the game ended all square. So they have a draw against each other. That's why the records were slightly, they could have exactly the same, but they had a draw. So I know you said you like all square. Gabby, that means they finished the match all square.
He hit a fantastic shot.
Also, you should say, actually, because you are here, that's why it's an all-American final.
Oh, yeah. To get back to that point, I'll offer up this, especially for the American fans watching. Young 46 from Ohio, the Cincinnati area. Jay Smithers from the Chicago area. So both from the Midwest. So you understand the geography of it. Northern cities in the U.S. You can't play a lot of golf in either of those places in the winter. You can play a lot in the summer. But that might be part of the reason why these two guys have grinded through the game when they're home in the winter. This is the golf that they're able to play.
And what do you think they make of playing at this particular course as well?
Well, I think, and you heard Young 46 mention that he played in his first match against Luke D9 here. So clearly Young 46, I think that he likes playing at this venue. He would have picked it during that first match, and he's the better seed here. So this is clearly where he likes to play. Although Jay Smithers has been on fire, and he's getting a heartbeat here on number 3 on the par 3. Wow, that is aggressive with that pin placement on the right side to put it on the right side.
Well, that's how aggressive they need to be this early on, don't they?
They do, and I think that a lot of these competitors, we might, as amateurs, you're constantly thinking about going for the hole. Like I said, they know these courses very well. They're thinking, where's the best spot on the green that's going to give me the easiest putt? They're trying, and you see that Young 46, not only is he longer, but he's going to have to putt downhill, which is going to make this putt much more difficult, while Jay Smithers will have a much flatter putt.
And you made it quite clear that you prefer an uphill putt, don't you?
I mean, I think that's just, if we're talking about me in real life, I'm terrible at putting no matter where I am. But I think that, having that uphill, at least you have the opportunity you can putt with less fear, because the putt isn't going to roll by the hole as much. So you're going to see right now that Jay Smithers, he's got a slightly uphill putt, pretty flat, just 1 inch uphill. He can hit it about the pace. He doesn't have to factor in the elevation much here. He just has to focus on the break. And that's just too easy for Jay Smithers. This guy is a machine. Or excuse me, that was Young 46 tapping in. Oh no, I had it right. We're going back and forth between both of their two comms, seeing Jay Smithers and Jay Smithers from Young 46's view.
Nice.
Jay Smithers mentioning the trees there quite a lot on this course as well.
I had a feeling you lost the hole after you started like that.
There's a good shot of them.
I'm enjoying their small talk, which feels very much cliche small talk, that as long as these guys have known each other, as much as they've been on the circuit together, they're also such fierce rivals and competitors and aren't going to give each other an inch and are definitely staying in that stealth mindset.
It feels more like a friendly pep talk as opposed to the gloves are off situation. But as we know, Young 46 coaches his sons in baseball, doesn't he?
He does.
He, of course, he's not going to give it too much of the biggin. He's a fair player. I'm sure his sons will be watching, hoping for him to cash in on that $5,000 prize.
Let us know if you have any thoughts or questions or anything like that. Hashtag eTour on social.
Why are you not turning, ball?
This is the championship match of the BMW International Open. Young 46 and Jay Smithers. And I'll tell you that Young 46, he's given us some color commentary before. He's taken our job, Gabby. He didn't love it. As close as it is, it's probably going to be downhill from the left side.
I think I'm going to check some of them questions that people have asked you, actually, on hashtag eTour, as we mentioned on Twitter.
Give us your best, world.
What have you got?
We're watching the best competitors. We want to hear the best questions. And we're on the fourth hole of what we expect, maybe not to be 24 holes, but to go down to the wire.
You never know, it could be 24.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have told you the win.
Today's anything to go by.
I know, I moved it like
that call on my part.
Didn't really matter too much. Nuke the nade arm seems to be my thing.
This will be Young 46 with a left to right putt, and we said he was frustrated, Gabby. Roughly 2.5 inches downhill, so that's going to make this a much more difficult putt. We haven't tied a hole yet. It's gone back and forth with these two guys exchanging the first 3 holes.
Oh, excellent hole there.
Thank you.
You see? The sportsmanship is back.
That putt is good.
I almost feel like they can hear me, so I'm trying to be quiet for their own concentration purposes.
Good putt.
Thanks. Oh, not the easiest putts we left there on.
No. Questionable strategies there.
Obviously, there's a lot of etiquette in real-life golf, but in virtual golf, there must be the same kind of golf etiquette.
That was the 4th hole, right? We'll see where things are by the 16th to 18th, right? They're having some fun with each other right now. But they said it. Both caught some breaks there. There's been a lot of etiquette. You know, these guys definitely don't have to have the conversations that they're having with each other, but they are, which makes for definitely interesting content on our end. Both have fairly active social channels. Young 46 probably streaming a bit more on Twitch, but Jay Smithers has picked it up. I encourage everyone out there trying to get better to give their profiles a look. They're friendly in terms of golf etiquette. They're happy to show other people how to do it.
Well, I'm sure they'll appreciate the self-promotion there.
I'll expect my royalties. You guys have Venmo?
Well, I think young 46 will be splitting his winnings with his sons if he were to win. And also Jay Smithers with all 5 of them. So none for you, Jeff, unfortunately.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jay Smithers does have a bit of an interesting story when it comes to the money being so important to him. He's a train engineer who said he was laid off at the beginning of the pandemic, has since gotten work. But for him, this money has been so important. Already won the first event of the year, the Portugal Masters, and trying to win another here.
Ball.
Beautiful shot there. Again, young 46 has got his game face on. Been on the whole time. Here we go. Here's that tension music again.
You do like having this uphill putt. That's what young 46 is going to like about this.
Putt. Thank you.
Thanks.
It's looking a little bit windy there. Okay, here we are onto the 6th hole. This is, of course, the final of the BMW International Open 2021. And to our left, we have our 2 finalists, if you're just tuning in now. But also, if you'd like to get involved,
nice kick.
Not to forget, WGT.com. Of course, for this tournament, 50,000 people had tried to qualify, with only 8 making it through. So if you'd like to be one of those 50,000, perhaps, like I said, WGT.com. And visit all of our social platforms as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, but boy.
The Phantom Rough right there. Phantom Rough right there.
You don't have to play golf in real life, do you, as well, to get involved? It's not one of them things. I think one of the players, they didn't play an ounce of golf, and they tend to have all their playtime in here. And a lot of them tend to say as well that they prefer the virtual games because it doesn't last as long.
Yeah, we have, I mean, that's what we have, the barometer of people, is that we have players like Jalal, who says he's never touched a golf club. He was our number 7 seed in this tournament, played Jay Smithers in the first round, all the way to a 6 handicap of Luke D9, who lives in San Diego. Beautiful golfing community. But you're right. You can do it. You don't have to. You could start right now.
But Jalal did watch a lot of golf, didn't he?
I was going to say also maybe watch the end of this match.
Yeah.
You know, hang with us for a little bit.
Absolutely.
But these 2 guys have been playing this game for a long time, playing against each other for a long time.
Good heartbeat.
Thank you.
And that's why it's such a small margin of difference. I say Jay Smithers is playing the best in the world right now. You see it right there.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, he might win by 1 today, but he's just been grinding it out to be 1 hole better than young 46. We mentioned him earlier, GolfX3, who's won 5 of 7 past events, who was the winner of the global finals last year, didn't qualify for this, lost to Kelsp in the qualification process. You would have to imagine that he's watching and scouting these guys right now, because he still thinks he's the best in the world and just had one poor qualification effort.
But that's the whole point of single elimination as well. Anything can happen, really, can't it?
It really, I mean, I think that's the definition, right, of that anything can happen, that a player like that who was so dominant could not even qualify because a player like Kelsp just was able, who didn't get out of the first round, by the way, here, lost to ECC, who lost to Jay Smithers. I mean, it's all, there are so many players. The parity has become so interesting in WGT.
And also, it's we can't not mention that Jay Smithers won the last event. So a win from here would mean back-to-back eTour victories. That's, you know, momentum from the last one, taking it into this one. That must mean something.
I think if you were told at the beginning of the year that anyone other than Golf X3 would be in the conversation for best player in the world after 2 events, people would have called you crazy. And here comes Jay Smithers. If he wins both these first 2 events, it'd be hard to say that he's not the best player in the world right now.
Thank you.
Of course, what an opportunity young 46 has to foil all of that, right?
Yeah, he needs to ruffle some feathers here.
Yeah, I'm not.
We can see young 46 there, in person, wearing his tiger red, and in fact, Jay Smithers in his virtual player there, also wearing his tiger red. So obviously, they're both fans, clearly.
That's exactly right, and I just want to mention. I mentioned a little bit about Jay Smithers after his win in Portugal. He told the European Tour website, he said, "I've been working on my mental focus, which is helping my game right now. Last year I played for fun, but this year is about winning." So that's what it's been about for him. It's about winning. And he also, he had so many things to say. I just mentioned it. He said, "It was so much fun. This is about the Portugal Masters. I am absolutely over the moon right now. I got laid off with COVID, and I've been lucky enough to find another work, but the $5,000 will go a long way." So for Jay Smithers, it's about a lot more than just that golden retriever.
Of course.
82.
Plural. Golden retrievers.
I hit about half. I tend to find that you don't carry up there a lot of back.
And you hear it there. Jay Smithers almost giving young 46 a little pointer. I guess the hole's done, but this 2-tiered green at number 7 at Olympic Club was actually once a 3-tier green. But it's now a 2-tier green, and this is going to be such a difficult putt for young 46. Jay Smithers being on that second tier is a huge difference and a huge opportunity for him.
I'd give her a run.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm terrible with that putt. That's why I was just going to lay up. Although I smashed that.
Young 46 says he smashed it. He blows it by the pin. So now Jay Smithers with a chance to go 2 up downhill putt, but just 11.5 feet away. Reminder that all of these players are playing with the same European eTour equipment, so no competitive advantage there.
Ready to go. I knew there was like a 99% chance you were going to make that putt, so I was not coming up.
Yeah. No, it was left in. About as easy as that putt.
And Jay Smithers with the eagle. I don't think that we've seen that word come up on screen during one of our live matches yet, Gabby.
We haven't. We'd be looking for that bird, haven't we, the eagle? What about the albatross? Are we going to see that today, do you reckon, or is that a bit ambitious?
Anything can happen with Jay Smithers. I'll tell you that. That was an impressive shot to get up to that second tier with a driver. And I saw the chat saying, he couldn't believe he was able to do that with a driver on a par 4 to put it back there. And now how about on a par 3, Jay Smithers getting another heartbeat and sticking it right next to the hole. This guy is on another level right now.
Well, you're right. He's not just playing for fun. It's all business. This is the business end of the competition.
All I need is for this to go in.
Right, just go in.
Yeah.
Young 46, just trying to get the hole in one.
Okay. Good spot.
Just trying to get that eagle via hole in one. Trying to match his competitor. And it's not bad.
I gotta get focused. I'm like,
and yet,
so I haven't been sitting this long in a while.
I know.
It's a long match.
Well, we hope he has gone to the bathroom in between. As he mentioned, he didn't have an opportunity to.
Maybe a bike ride or something.
24 holes Young 46 needed to get past F Magnets in the semifinal.
And it's shocking scenes. I've seen Jay Smithers having a sip of some water,
drained.
no
I haven't
coffee.
played this much WGT in a while now.
Well, it didn't help that Max 24 freaking holes, you know.
Yeah, that was stressful.
That is a long, stressful match.
And then they are just having a chat like they're basically gone for a coffee.
That birdie he had on 17 was huge.
That's
it was clutch.
That's at the point they're at.
I pulled it a little bit. I'm like, oh no.
I was actually going to tell you the putt he made on 12 on that front pin was disgusting.
Yeah.
And then he made the one on 14.
Yeah. And then the putt on 17. I mean, it was a 5-footer, but we all know how 5-footers are on that hole. So, I mean, he made some crazy good putts. He made a good putt on 5, a great putt on 6. Like, he was even worse than the putt he made. The putt that he missed against me on 6, like his putt on 6 was way worse the first time, and he drilled it.
Oh, we're just listening into these guys being a bit of a fly on the wall there.
Oh no!
I didn't mean.
I think Jay Smithers is trying to play some mind games right
no,
now.
I dinged it. I just hadn't intended on dinging.
He's making Young 46 relive every stressful shot from that last match against F Magnets.
Some good commentary there, though. I feel like them two should get in the studio. Do you not think?
Gabby, think about the stress that we've had today watching this. Think about the stress that Young 46 had. All of the stress that F Magnus had. Has Jay Smithers had any stress today? Has he had any stress in these 2 events so far this year?
Well, yeah, he hasn't had to look after his kids for today either. And, yeah, he's had a bit of a break, as I mentioned, before coming into this one. So he's had time to kind of hit the reset button and start fresh.
I couldn't hear you, but I could hear Evan. So I had no idea what was going on in your guys' match. Oh, go.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him at all. Yeah, he was like 6 feet, but like 5 feet right of you on that, and he just center cup like it was nothing.
That's a great shot by Young 46, actually trying to keep himself around, hang in this thing.
You mentioned Jay Smithers, a bit of a field player, and obviously Young 46, a bit more of the kind of calculated. Do you reckon we'll see him get his calculator out? I haven't obviously seen it yet. We saw a lot of it from F Magnets.
Yeah, I think that Jay Smithers keeps it kind of simple with that feel. And sometimes you can overcalculate, right? There are some, or you're trying to do those calculations and you just can't get enough in time and then you don't have everything. So Jay Smithers, part of it's playing the game so long. And I've talked to him about the way that he doesn't need the calculator. He's just thinking in his head, okay, it's around this much with the wind. It's going to be around this much of a change because there's so much math factoring in. Sometimes it's easier to just keep it simple, stupid, right? Just keep it to a simple shot or in some sort of range.
The rustic approach.
Very good bird.
Thank you.
That's a great pure putting stroke from Jay Smithers, and that's what I think has been even better than anything right now. Jay Smithers has been automatic for 2 events this European eTour series with the putter.
Haven't seen him touch his beard there, which is one of his rituals, but I have just seen him give himself a little massage there, trying to stretch out the shoulders. They've both been here battling it out throughout the course of today to get to this point. And I just heard Jay Smithers saying he wants to go on a bike ride after this.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he'll have $5,000 for his sake in his pocket. He wants, $1,000 per kid, I think is the rule with him.
Good putt.
Thank you.
Young 46, just, you can't mess around with something like this. You got to stay with it, 2 down, headed to the back, as he does. So work to be done as they head to number 10 at Olympic Club. Let me tell you, Gabby, I talked directly a little bit to Jay Smithers before, and he said this. He said, I'm going to make a baseball reference for you. He said, my style of play on WGT is like Ken Griffey Jr. Precise, fast, beautiful, and reckless all at the same time.
Made the right decision.
So that's his
I love that.
thought
Great
process.
description there.
I feel like nothing good could have came out of it.
The other thing that he told me that I thought was really interesting, I said, not having Golf X3, you know, how does that open up the field? How does that change things? He said it'd be no different than if Young 46 or F Magnets wasn't in the field. And I think that's important for where his confidence is right now, because we said he's not intimidated by Golf X3, despite those 5 championships that Golf X3 had last year. And I think that's part of the reason why Jay Smithers might be on his way to a 2nd title here today.
Okay, you've called it. And it's important to mention as well, it's of course match play here in the final. It has been throughout the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. So the winner of the match is the player with the most holes won after 18 holes. So we saw there in one of the semi-finals, it went to 24 holes with a bit of a sudden death. So we're hoping we'll see that climax here today in the final. Young 46 rubbing his eyes to try and keep himself awake. No surprise there. He's been playing for a fair few hours for today. Okay, we can see Jay Smithers is, of course, 2 up.
That's not a good RB.
On this 10th hole now.
Sounds nice until it lands.
Right.
Ugh. What is this?
Do you think young 46 is getting to the point where maybe he's a little bit mentally exhausted?
Oh,
he probably would be.
I think after that 24-hole match, and you heard him talking to Jay Smithers, he thought a couple times he was done. You know, and F Magnets is definitely kicking himself watching this right now, because he had 2 chances, 2 good looks to end it in those playoff holes. And I think just the mental aspect of the game ends up being a lot. And Jay Smithers, I saw someone in the chat say Jay Smithers is robotic right now. I mean, he is just, as he misses that putt, he has just been almost automatic in so many senses of the way, and not just today, but he was in the Portugal Masters as well, and I think it changes the entire dynamic of this European eTour season, despite the fact that we still have 3 more events before the Grand Finals.
Yeah, you need to stop that.
No, I'm sorry, man.
It's important to mention as well that the runner-up doesn't leave empty-handed, do they?
No, you get money, and you get points. Because that's the big money is going to come in those grand finals, and for a player like Young 46 or Jay Smithers, who won, but let's for the purpose of this argument, Young 46, who just won a hole and is now only 1 down. Let's say he does finish as the runner-up again. He made the semifinals. He's put himself in a great position to get back to those grand finals, and ultimately that's the one that you want to win for the big money. So Young 46 is going to be around this season, but he's got to fine-tune his game. He keeps talking, Gabby, that I'm not playing that much. I'm not playing that much. He said this is the most WGT he's played in a while. Well, if he wants to commit himself to getting that Grand Finals title, he's got to clean up some of the mistakes, especially around the greens that he had today. Jay Smithers will play his approach shot first. Rocking a Chicago Cubs sweatshirt, so Cubs nickname the lovable losers. That's been anything but Jay Smithers for the last few months.
Thanks.
Well, certainly not the losers, but it seems to be popular in the WGT, so maybe he can take the lovable.
He's got a great shot. He probably expects to be the closest to the pin, So he's going to let young 46 hit and just leave the room for a bit.
You could do with opening that window, I think, for a bit of fresh air, Jay Smithers.
Not even a heartbeat. How? What? That was a fullback 9-iron that just carried 129.
You nuke it?
If you're listening with volume, you heard young 46 say it. He said not even a heartbeat. He can't believe it, the way that he hit that shot perfect, but a little bit too much between that ridge and the pin. Didn't get the roll down the hill, didn't get it close enough to the pin. He says shouldn't have gone that far. And now he's going to have to deal with the tougher putt.
Do you know what I'm finding very surprising here is they're in the final, and these two guys being in the final seem the most calm and relaxed, really.
Well, they're two of the OGs of the game. You know, they're two guys who have been at this a long time. They have been in this situation so many times in their lives, sometimes sitting right across from each other in WGT events. So for them, for many of our competitors, this would have been a life-changing chance that they've been waiting for so long. For these guys, it's kind of another day at the office.
Yeah, but my God.
That makes sense.
9-iron.
And that's a great putt from young 46. He's playing it off, but that is a huge putt under pressure to now send the pressure back on Jay Smithers and at the very least keep this a one-hole match as we head through 11. Jay Smithers burying that.
Very polite there, Jay Smithers.
Young 46 doesn't have quite enough facial hair to do the beard scratching that Jay Smithers has.
Well, as we mentioned as well, there's not much between these two, but maybe the only thing that's differentiating them is the beard. And of course the score right now, with young 46 being one down here on the 12th.
Against each other on the eTour. They've actually only met one time before on the eTour, and they tied that match. You cannot.
Of course they did, Jeff.
Of course they did. Of course they did. And guys who have a long history even outside of the European eTour. But of course, they're that good. You can't have any draws anymore. This year, no draws. It's all single elimination brackets right now. So you wouldn't have that opportunity. So we didn't get to see the playoff then. Will we see a playoff today?
Who knows? I know you touched on the format at the beginning, Jeff, but what do you make of that then, of the new format?
Well, I think it proves every shot is pressure, right? You can't get away. You're never going to have that match to catch your breath. You're also never going to be able to think, I'll make up the ground later on. You lose, you're out. And I think that's, we saw it with the Portugal Masters. I think that the best players rise to the occasion with the chance that someone can have an upset and get there. But I think that it makes every shot a pressure shot, which in this game, beyond the heartbeats that we have, the actual in-game heartbeats, it just creates an incredible atmosphere.
Rule 6-3.
Well, there's the point system you can see in the graphic on the screen. Of course, the winner gets 5,000 points to take away, and of course, the runner-up and some of the other players do not leave empty-handed either, do they? So that all counts to get to the global finals later in the year in Dubai, which they'll all want to be trying to book their spot for. And Jay Smithers seems like he's put himself in good stead to get there.
Jay Smithers has to be feeling good. It's a long season. A lot of players can fine-tune their game. Maybe there'll be different conditions in various tournaments throughout the year. You can change up things. We're getting the championship greens, obviously, here. You could see changes to the wind. This is moderate winds. You can up the wind in future competitions. You can change the courses.
I think it's fair to add as well, you've got two Americans here playing on the American courses. Slight advantage.
Yeah, I will say you don't have to fly to San Francisco to play Olympic course. If you're anywhere around the world, you can play this historic course on a PC. You can play it on your phone. You can play it anywhere. But yes, this is listen. It's an American style course, Olympic Club in many ways. It's a lot of change in elevation, which I know in the UK you get a lot of flat links courses, maybe some hills, but you don't get the massive changes in elevation that you get at a place like Olympic Club.
I do it too.
Well, you never know. The young 46 might have played there with his 8 handicap.
Right, if you're outside the
That is true.
and it's like 4 or 5 feet, that's where I'm like, crap.
I'm just amazed by these players have been playing this game for so long. They've had so many conversations with each other about this game, and yet they're still finding new things out. Every day they play WGT. They're giving each other new forms of advice, new pieces, and they practice every day. How are they still learning? Kids, that's why you keep going at everything in life. You can always learn something every day.
There we go. Just like me from Jeff, all the geography.
That is a terrible wind.
Oh yeah, that's just absolute garbage. Nice looking shot though so far.
Thank you.
They do not like that 9 to 11 mile per hour wind directly to the left with such a small amount of space to land it. But how about young 46 putting it in the perfect spot? He settled in. You know, Gabby, I'm sure young 46 would love to get that first hole back that he missed a very makeable putt. That's been the biggest glaring mistake that we've seen this entire match, and that could be the difference of that one hole right now that Jay Smithers is up.
Well, this is the whole point of the single elimination as well. You can't afford to be making them small errors.
2 inches from mine, really.
Right.
I actually like your angle better.
But he seems okay. He doesn't seem too deflated about it. He's got fighter's talk in his head.
Jay Smithers spins it back a little bit. He's got a further distance, but you just heard young 46 say, I like your angle more. Those balls are pretty close. They're both uphill putts, but maybe Jay Smithers, despite being longer, a little less break in his putt.
Good bird.
Thanks.
Great putt there.
Birdie goes for Jay Smithers. He throws it on to young 46. And now young 46 just he's trying to hang with Jay Smithers right now. And you know, you do have to, there's no clock in golf. Well, there is in, I shouldn't say that. There is in European eTour, especially for a player like young 46.
We've got 25 seconds on it right now.
But there's no countdown clock to the end of the match, right? You're looking at the holes, and young 46 is going to need to find in himself one hole at least to beat Jay Smithers on. As he strokes in that putt.
I shouldn't have changed my avatar. I knew it was going to screw me up. I'm not used to seeing this guy.
The pastel pink.
I did, yeah.
Don't knock the pink. We like the pink, all right?
A lot of Ian Poulter in young 46 out there. The irony is that young 46 has the red shirt on, and that's what Jay Smithers has on in the game. So I think young 46 says he keeps almost getting, he's losing about 2 seconds every time he realizes, he thinks it's Jay Smithers, but it's him at the tee.
Say a little less Larry than Ian Poulter. If I had to choose between these two and their outfits, I'd definitely go, of course, for young 46, I think.
Do you have pink golf shoes like those?
I actually do have pink golf shoes in real life.
Well, then you really do live the young 46 aesthetic.
Mine do look a little bigger than them ones on screen, being 5'10", you know. Comes with the boats, unfortunately.
Here's some virtual birds out there in San Francisco right now. As I said, Olympic with some strong elevation changes. This is 6 feet up, 124-yard approach from Jay Smithers.
Thanks.
We mentioned the virtual birds. We haven't had fans for a while, have we, in real play golf? And in virtual golf, we haven't got any on here either, so the birds will have to do.
And that is a heartbeat shot from Jay Smithers, who gets some roll from the ridge. He might have a little bit more of a downslope than he'd like, but again, everything is just right in there for Jay Smithers right now. Young 46 needing to respond. Like I said, Gabby, it feels like he's just playing the way that with Jay Smithers being so precise with his shots, it feels like Young 46 is just playing to stay one down as opposed to get all square.
Well, this is it. He's almost waiting for Jay Smithers to make an error, really.
Left ourselves with some really good putts, too.
No, it wouldn't be terrible if the angle was better.
They almost sound like they're playing as a team. They're saying that they both did the same thing. They both left themselves with the same bad angle putts 3 inches downhill.
Damn it, Josh.
Oh, we can hear the frustration in his voice there. So unlike him.
And that was not only just a makeable putt, but the fact that he missed it and now is giving Young 46 almost the same look. Young 46 just saw this breaker.
Well, that's the error we were talking about, and the error he was looking for to get him back in the game.
I know it's downhill, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Young 46 hit this a little firmer than most down 3 inches putts.
I just felt it.
So you just mentioned there,
Like,
why not take the time out?
I think I can just jam this.
Do you think that would have made a difference if you took the time out there?
You know, I think that this is something that we've been talking about, a storyline that we've been talking about. Young 46 has been honest about the 45 seconds. He doesn't like it. It's a lot less time than he'd like to make calculations. But to me, there's no excuse when you saw Jay Smithers take basically the same putt. I mean, you basically already had an extra 45 seconds to judge everything. So just kind of an inexcusable mind mistake.
Tiredness. Tired mind.
No, well,
gotta use a timeout there. That was dumb. Yeah, in hindsight. Nice play, nice play.
So a missed opportunity by Young 46. That's now twice. We talked about the first hole, 2 makeable putts for Young 46 that he missed. And that's a big reason why Jay Smithers is now 1 up. You could argue Young 46 could be and should be 1 up in this match.
Well, you've given me a lot of information and insight today, Jeff. But if you are looking for any more information on the eTour, make sure you visit our social platforms on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook, of course, eTour.
Oh, no, I screwed up royally. I played a headwind instead of a tailwind.
Young 46 does not like this. He says he played the wrong wind. So that, you want to talk about another mind mistake. Oh, now he's saying, nope, he just hit it bad. He just gave it a little bit too much.
I played the right number.
Did you?
Yeah.
Jay Smithers, door open right now to go 2 up. He's taking the flag stick out.
I played like 3/4 back at 95% power.
I played full at
There's the etiquette we were talking about.
It's like you're playing with your friends and you tell them what club you use on a par 3 or something like that.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
And that's a fine shot by Jay Smithers, who says he played full backspin. He's got a very makeable birdie putt, so this is a crucial moment in the match. And the last thing that you want to see when putting in this game is red. It's going to be a fast breaker, down 4 inches. This is no fun. This game is a lot of fun. This is no fun for Young 46 right now.
He needs it more than ever. That's the problem. So he needs to find a solution.
Stick's keeping me in it.
What a putt, bro. What a putt.
Thank you. Can't make a 7-footer, but, you know, drop that one.
And has he done it? Has he found that solution? Yes, he has.
Unbelievable, young 46. He says the flat sticks keeping me in it. He said, I can't make the 7-footers, but I can make that. What a putt by young 46. The world balances out. Gabby, maybe those missed putts, well, he got that one back with that made putt.
Sometimes it's easier to make the harder ones, which doesn't really make sense when you say it out loud, but
I thought it was
actually,
oh my goodness. In the center and then it turned too much.
Less to lose.
People
less
don't
to
expect
lose.
it. Exactly.
Really good until like right in front of the hole. That scared the
Take a mirror.
Oh my, Jay Smithers from Chicago rattling that around like a Michael Jordan jump shot.
Yeah.
And we stay. Jay Smithers 1 up through 15. Remember, these two players exchanged holes on the first 3. I believe Jay Smithers was able to go 2 up. Young 46 got him back early on the back 9, but really it's been mostly having holes for the last 12 holes now. I believe 10 of those have.
That's what we'd expect between these two when there's not much between them, is there, as we mentioned earlier?
I think there was definitely some of young 46 fatigue in that first match after that, the beginning of this match after his semifinal went 24 holes.
So being 1 down isn't too bad going, to be fair.
But listen, it is still a match, everyone. It is still could be a classic on our hands. This a par 5. We've seen in all matches, we've seen it very difficult for anyone to take advantage of the par 5s because usually you're playing this 3rd shot from very close. And it's going to be Jay Smithers first to play from about 138 yards out. Wind slightly coming from the right, downwind. Jay Smithers has really been using the backspin to his advantage. Although he does not like this, despite the heartbeat, he doesn't like it. That's the type of game that these guys play, and part of that's because he's going to have a downhill putt coming back.
Not even a heartbeat. Let's go.
No heartbeat?
Young 46 immediately went to the backspin.
What?
Oh my goodness, dude.
What was
What
that?
is happening?
9-iron?
That was a fullback 8-iron at 94, 95%. Like 94 and a half.
I hit fullback 8 at 96 and a half and went 2 yards long. So there you go. How's that feel? Right? That's the 8-iron though, in a
They're
nutshell.
explaining what irons they're using.
I feel like I'm getting eToured again. Flashbacks to St. Andrews.
E-toured. I do like that phrase. I feel like I'm getting E-toured again.
So interesting to hear them have that conversation. Young 46, he's been blaming the clubs a little bit, blaming the conditions a little bit, but he's still right in this one. He just made
I'm going to take a timeout here.
a huge putt a couple holes ago, and you hear him say he's going to take a timeout. Now he's starting to be effective with those timeouts.
Okay. He's learnt from his mistakes, hasn't he, Jeff?
Yeah, regretted not using one on another downhill putt. Look, I think there's no shame if you want to use those timeouts in really critical moments in the competition, which I think this is. There's no shame in that because this is a putt that can make or break the match here. If Young 46 thinks he's got a shot at making this can keep him in the match and really put some pressure on Jay Smithers to just have the hole. And there's money on the line.
Big money.
I should have left it where I had it. You gotta be kidding
We know that
me,
Jay
man.
Smithers has already got some in his wallet, hasn't he? Which he hasn't spent just yet.
Oh, Young 46 said he should have kept it where he started it left it on that right edge, and it never really broke enough. He lips it out. And now Jay Smithers with an opportunity to go 2 up with 2 to play.
Horrendously bad them there. Twice today.
Yeah.
This round.
You got shafted on that one.
Oh, that's the wind you want to see.
That's exactly the wind I want to see.
That's so bad. I don't know why this keeps happening in the finals. It's really annoying.
Well, he says it's just there. I don't know why that keeps happening to me in the finals. So.
There's no worse time to have it happen.
Well, I'll tell you, the numbers say Jay Smithers 2 up with 2 to play. That's Dormy.
6 yards short.
Jay Smithers just needs to have this 17th hole.
No, yeah, it was a tailwind. I played 96 and a half from 138.
3 yards.
So
yeah, you were 3 yards.
And he will win.
Right, and I was actually playing to come up short. So
yeah, I was trying to come up like
more of a tail.
Right, I was trying to come up a yard short.
Right.
They're just discussing what their tactics are there and their reasoning behind it.
Terrible way to end this.
More of a debate, I'd say.
Well, they're right at about the same point here. I believe this is a par 5. You wanted to see an albatross, Gabby. Maybe it's here. 244 out. Wind in their face, though, so you got to make a decision. And right now, I think Jay Smithers is going to make a decision to lay up from 244. He could have maybe taken a driver out and seen what had happened. If he had the wind, he could go after it. And now it's the question of Young 46.
He's going for the goal.
And you heard Jay Smithers said, you can't get there, right? And he said, I don't know. We'll find out.
I mean, you left yourself a pitch at it.
I don't think with this wind he's going to be able to get all the way back to the hole, but look at that, runs it up. And Jay Smithers just told him, at least you gave yourself a pitch. So he's got a chance to at least chip it in. Young 46 has to win this hole to extend the match. It looked like Jay Smithers wants to hit a little on top of the ball here. Get top spin of anything going into that wind.
That's okay. Stop rolling. Stop rolling.
You mentioned wind a couple of times there, Jeff. Like, what do you look for when you shoot then? Is wind obviously a big factor of that?
Wind is a huge factor, and you just have to look at the way that the wind is blowing. Obviously, this happens to be right in their faces, and it was Young 46 that said to me, for every 10 miles per hour of headwind, he had 6 yards of distance. Every 10 yards of tailwind, he adds 4.5 yards. So that's when they're doing those calculations. That's what he's factoring in. The wind is not going to be much of a factor here. This is a punch shot. There's not going to be much wind because Young 46 is just trying to put this on the green, and really he has to roll this thing in to extend the match.
I should have concentrated at maths at school, I think.
Every time, the match, dude. All right, brother. Well.
And the pitch from Young 46 out of the rough, and he just came up a touch short, about 3 ball lengths short. And that leaves the door open for Jay Smithers to win once again his second European eTour title of the season. This comes at the BMW International Open.
Second event of the season. Momentum was definitely behind him. Look at that.
Jay Smithers is the man to beat on the planet right now in WGT by Topgolf. He has claimed both European eTour titles.
Well, Jay Smithers, this is the second time I'll be chatting with you today. We obviously had the talk, the Golden Retriever talk, but how does it feel to win the European eTour BMW International Open 2021? You are a winner. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful for you, and I'm feeling very excited that you'll be getting your hands on them points, and obviously that much needed cash. Oh, there we are. We have one of the 5, do we, in shot there?
Oh yeah. Here he is. Say hi, buddy.
2?
Yeah, they're all behind me here.
Oh, they've been watching, have you? Guys, it's nice to see you all. You've got $5,000 there. Are you going to spend it on that golden retriever?
I can't say
Listen,
yes or no.
Jay
She's
Smithers.
too close to me to say no, so yes.
Well, I don't know if they can hear you in the headset. But, Jay Smithers, will any of that money be spent on the children as well around you?
Oh, all of it always is, man. I'll take $10, get a nice Subway sandwich, and after that, you know, they can divvy up the rest.
Well, you said, you were quoted as saying that last year you were playing for fun. This year you're taking things more seriously. What is different about your mindset this year now with 2 titles in the bank, Jay Smithers?
Yeah, I think last year, I think I told them on the first one, I was just happy to be there. It was just kind of cool to participate in it. You know, we got to travel to Abu Dhabi, which was an amazing experience. But then, you know, I got so close last year, I realized that all I got to do is put in a little more work, and I can win a few of these things.
Well, absolutely. You've already won 2 in a row, may I add. So what's it looking like for the third, surely, when it gets to that stage?
Oh, I'll be there. The plan is to win them all. I mean, whether or not that happens, but yeah, that's the plan right now.
And Jay Smithers, obviously, you know, this continues. You are the man to beat in the world. How are your emotions right now when you think about how happy you must be despite having that target on your back right now?
I mean, you want the target, right? If you don't have it, you're not doing something right. So I'm thrilled to have it, and come get it. Hey, what's up, Jeff, by the way? How you doing, man?
Well, Jay Smithers as well, you've told us that your wife is, in fact, your idol. How happy must she be right now? I haven't actually seen her in shot just yet.
Oh, she's excited. She's holding the baby right now, so, but she's probably just as excited, if not more excited than I am.
Oh, and soon to be holding a golden retriever, she hopes, because that's the one that she wanted.
Oh. Yes, 100%, of course.
You continue to rack up not just the points, but the dollars on this European eTour. And I know that you've expressed that this has been so critical for you and your family with COVID and everything going on. You know, how do these wins continue to change you and your family, which looks like it's growing out there?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's just, it's income I obviously didn't know I'd have prior, you know, to COVID, and with how hard it hit us, it's been a breath of fresh air for us, for sure.
Oh, absolutely, and that's lovely to hear. And also, in terms of growing family, you've also got that growing beard. Will that be coming with you to the next event if you qualify?
The beard stays. The beard is part of me. It's actually taken on its own, you know, being. So, the beard stays. The beard's growing, and I'm not shaving it until the grand finals. When I win the grand finals, I'll shave it on stream.
Shave it on stream. I'd love to hear that. We said it here right on air, so we're keeping you to that, all right? Thank you so much, Jay Smithers. Once again, congratulations. You are our winner for the BMW International Open 2021. We'll see you at the next one, hopefully.
Have a great day.
Wow, look at that one. He seems ecstatic.
But sometimes the best stories to tell, Gabby, are in the loser's locker room. And unfortunately for young 46, who gave it a run, we have him on the other end right now. And I just think, how hard was it to come back after that 24-hole semifinal match? You lost the first hole in the next match. Were you able to settle in for this match?
Yeah, no, it was hard. This is the most WGT I've played in like a long time in one day. So I hadn't played for 6 days coming into the event. So I kind of crammed for 24 hours to get ready for this, and I played way better than I thought I was going to play. But yeah, the kind of start, it was hard to get refocused back in after, you know, playing for 5 hours. So, but it was fun. I had a blast. Happy to see Josh win. A little unlucky with some of those shots that nuked. I was able to putt great. You know, I changed my putting 2 weeks ago maybe, and so I've really probably only had 2 hours of practice on it. So I didn't really know what to expect coming into the event, but I'm thrilled with how I played.
Well, commiserations to you, young 46. Did you believe that Jay Smithers was a deserved winner, though, in the end?
Yeah, absolutely. Josh he's been playing a ton. He's been practicing and grinding. Rumor has it he sleeps 2 hours a day, plays WGT 22. So he's doing great. He deserved it, and I look forward to kicking his butt in the next event.
Well, you've definitely racked up your playing time in the last 24 hours, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm due for a break, so we'll probably take a couple of days off and just relax, and then back to the eTour qualifier grind we go.
Yeah, you were able to win a tournament last year, the only player other than Golf X3. It looks like Jay Smithers is the player to beat as we go on in this season. How do you change up your game to compete again and fight back and get another title?
Probably stick with the same strategy. I'm just kind of at a point now where I'm kind of past grinding the game, and we'll stick to the same strategy leading into the next event and see what happens. But I feel like my game's good. I felt like I could have swung the other way. I missed a pretty easy putt I should have made. A little unfortunate on 16, so we could have been all square heading into 18 in my eyes there.
Well, I can see you throughout the whole of today as well. You've been very complimentary of all the players. You're congratulating them and wishing them good luck throughout all of the games as well. So, will it be back stronger for you?
No, I'll be back. Trust me. Josh ain't going to win the next one.
Okay, well, thank you so much. It's been a delight and pleasure to have you here. You've been a great sport. Commiserations to you once again. God, he's been a good sport, hasn't he?
Well, I'm going to start saying commiserations to everyone because you've added that to my vocabulary today. But yes, young 46 has been, I think that he is, if anyone was going to beat him, Jay Smithers, he's okay with that because Jay Smithers right now is playing the best in the world. But I think you're seeing that competitive firepower in young 46 come back from last year. He doesn't want to end up left in that runner-up position. He's going to work hard, and he is going to be a factor as the season progresses.
Okay, well, let's look at that tournament bracket once again so we can see the road to how the finalists got there. And, of course, we can see the winner at the end. Of course, we had 4 quarterfinals at the start, and then we went to 2 semi-finals between the Young 46 and F Magnets, and what a showdown that was. And then Jay Smithers and ECC, and then, of course, the grand final. Wow, what a day it's been.
Look, F Magnets didn't even end up in the final. I think he gave us, the 2 probably most dramatic finishes in the entire event, the 2 playoff finishes. Burchie could have been right in the thick of things if he was able to get out of that first round. But Jay Smithers, look, he did have the easier half of the bracket. By the time he got to young 46, he had coasted through. He had to be feeling both good about himself and rested after young 46 went 24 holes with F Magnets. I think we continue to see how deep this field can be, even with Jay Smithers winning a second time. You get the feeling that any of these guys can be right there with him in the final.
Absolutely. And do you reckon it'll be third time lucky maybe for Jay Smithers?
Well, I think Golf X3 is going to come back hard. I don't think he's someone to count out, and I just think that everyone's going to get better. But right now, Jay Smithers, the man to beat, playing such consistent WGT.
Okay, well, Jay Smithers has earned himself 5,000 points from this competition. So if we take a look at the global finals rankings right now, so he would have added to his belt. There he is, right at the top, with 10,000 points. That must set him in a good position right there for the global finals.
10,000 points, F Magnets and Young 46, each with 5,000, each with a runner-up and a semifinal appearance. They're right there. Golf X3 has to be feeling, okay, he can almost take a breath just because no one else that was kind of on that cusp or the new players could jump him the way that everything shaped up. ECC, the only player to add 2,000, the only new player to add 2,000 by making a semifinal. Of course, you see everyone else there who has qualified at 1,000 but hasn't quite been able to break through with a win this year.
And Golf X3, you reckon he's been watching the sights of the winners in this one today?
I guarantee, and I know he's been a student and he's been, probably trying to balance a lot of life, but I think as the year continues on, he's going to be someone you cannot count him out when we get to the global finals. Jay Smithers, he'll be waiting on the other side because he has been so incredible right now, and he is the new man to beat on the European eTour.
Absolutely. Well, Jeff, how's your day been so far? Been a good one?
My day, like I said, we've been more stressed than Jay Smithers watching these because we have seen some incredible incredible European eTour action, and it just makes me, I'm sure it makes you, Gabby, it makes everyone so excited for what we will see as this season continues on.
Well, absolutely. It's been a tense one in the studio. You can see the sweat dripping off my face. It's not for you. He's got his makeup on. It's been an amazing, fantastic final with Jay Smithers as the winner there for the BMW International Open 2021. What a great day and final it's been. We'll see you at the next one. Thank you so much and goodbye.